Everyone present was a master. Although many people were injured in the previous battle, they had recovered a lot after a little adjustment. At this moment, under the terrifying aftermath, no one was killed, but many people's injuries were severely aggravated. The corpse fiend sect suffered the most. After the motionless forest was summoned, it had been anchored in the distant sky. Swept by the terrifying aftermath, a large number of martial artists exploded and died on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to become corpse fiends. The Dark Thunder was the closest to the two, and it was instantly smashed into bits of golden lightning. After the energy surged, it reappeared 1,000 feet away, also spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The crocodile had managed to escape Xiao Hong's attack, but it had also lost its divine flames and physical particles, so it had returned to its astral wind spirit form. It had just caught its breath when it was instantly shattered again. When it reformed, it was in a daze and was severely injured. The only one who was fine was the calabash little Vajra. His body of divine refined steel was the strongest in the world, and he was actually fine after taking the terrifying impact. Xianxia also coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying backward. The heavenly sword picture was instantly dodged, and everyone's swords flew back to their masters. The 36 northern heaven frigid star swords also fell into the sea. Xiao Hong stood on the spot without moving, but the demonic patterns on its body were all in disorder, and there were shocking wounds everywhere. Even though the blood that flowed out was red, it was extremely strange. It was bright red like crystal. Xiao Hong held it in for a long time, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed continuously. The MO matrix on his body flowed into his body through his wounds and disappeared in an instant. However, the wounds were still numerous and did not seem to heal easily. Strong. So strong. So strong. This was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment as they looked up at the sky in horror. Cheyu even cursed. Fuck! When did he learn such a terrifying sword intent? It's even above mine. Everyone recalled that moment and felt a lingering fear in their hearts. In the sky, the calabash little King Kong instantly turned into a stream of light and flew away, catching Xianxia who had been sent flying. Xianxia kept coughing up blood, and his body flickered with a golden light. Fortunately, he had opened the 6 gates of the divine body, which gave him a physical body strong enough to compete with a peak martial emperor. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable if he had been shaken by the blow just now. Xianxia pushed away the calabash and stabilized his injuries, then took out a large number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures and began to devour them. At this moment, the power of the imperishable golden body was circulating rapidly, repairing his body. Beams of bright moon divine light shot out from his body and formed a strange image in the air, as if a bridge across the shore. A divine body phenomenon, Xiao Hong said. Big brother is so powerful. That sword attack almost killed me. It's a pity, Xianxia said, his expression unchanged. I didn't manage to kill him in the end. Xiao Hong suddenly chuckled and said, Hee. Xiao Hong's strength is classified according to the equivalent of this era. It's called Peak of Perfection. Even some of the godly state experts back then did not have such powerful combat strength. Big brother is only at the peak of the martial Tao. It's already hard to imagine that he could injure me to this extent. That year? Xianxia asked. Have you already absorbed all of Die's memories? Not yet, Xiao Hong said bluntly. That's why the bad guy will still run out from time to time. I have to use a part of my power to suppress him. Otherwise, if I had used my full power in that attack just now, I might have killed Big Brother. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That terrifying power just now was actually not even used at full strength. Yunxiao's face finally changed as he said coldly, In that case, there's still a fight. Xiao Hong shook her head and said, He won't. Although Big Brother's body is strong, his injuries are much more serious than Xiao Hong's. The battle will be over soon. She leaned forward slightly, then suddenly leaped up and appeared in front of Yunxiao in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch at him. The divine body suddenly shattered, and Yunxiao's face was almost deformed by the boundless pressure. Pa! He raised his hand and used the dragon-catching move to catch the fist in his palm. Bang! In an instant, a wave of demonic might burst out from his palm, and the two of them trembled slightly. Xiao Hong suddenly pulled back his hand and formed another seal. His expression became ferocious as he said viciously, "Since Big Brother is still so stubborn, Xiao Hong can only be ruthless." The true fiend Dharma seal condensed once again and suddenly blasted down. However, it was not as powerful as before. It seemed that Xiao Hong had also expended a lot of energy, and each attack was getting worse than the last. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, but he could not care less. He clenched his fist, and countless demonic runes began to emerge on his body. A small white sword flew out of his palm, spinning like a lotus flower. "That's Ing Luo." Xiao Hong's eyes suddenly widened as she exclaimed in shock, "Orirox, the neon rough stone." Yunxiao held the sword in his hand and poured an infinite amount of demonic power into it. Immediately, a terrifying force spread out. Not only the demonic qi, but another sword rune also appeared in the air. The entire sea and sky changed color, as if it was night. Tens of thousands of starlight specks flickered and fell like a rapid rain, turning into a rain of stars. A small white flower appeared on the sword. It was the ice fiend heart flame, and there were even circles of sword patterns revolving around it. It shone with the starlight that had never been extinguished since ancient times in the vast sky. "You actually refined the stone into a sword." Xiao Hong's heart trembled violently. It hurriedly formed hand seals with all its might, increasing the power of the seal in its hand again. It didn't even care about suppressing Di in its body and poured all its power into the seal. Yunxiao's face flickered with a trace of sadness under the light of the sword. This sword was refined from the original stone of rainbow and was originally nameless. But today, Big Brother will use this sword to kill you. From now on, this sword will be named Sword Death Cuts Red. Red Slang? What an arrogant name. I won't let Big Brother get his wish. Xiao Hong's face became extremely ferocious, and she even grinned hideously. Her slightly curved lips were exactly the same as Di's. "One sword cuts red monkey. One song leaves people and dies." Yunxiao's eyes were as calm as autumn water. A powerful sword intent rippled on the rainbow sword, and countless sword runes flew up. Sword slash stars. Boom! The sword death slashed at red and pierced through the true fiend Dharma seal. It came out of the seal and stabbed Little Red's heart. Meanwhile, the power of the seal also hit Yunxiao, shaking up the illusory light of laws. The power of the illusory light was greatly weakened and was penetrated by the Dharma seal, which struck his chest. Eft! The two of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. This time, everyone was shocked. At this moment, the water in the ocean had long been evaporated. The bottom was like a deep abyss, and the two of them continued to fall. The calabash little King Kong hurriedly flew over and caught Yunxiao, while Xiao Hong fell straight into the bottom of the sea, smashing a big hole in the ground and shattering everything within 10,000 feet. "Haha, we won!" Cheyu shouted and jumped up. Although everyone was worried, they all smiled. As long as Yunxiao did not die, it would not take long for him to recover with his physical strength. The members of the Heaven Alliance were on high alert. Yin Hui said coldly, "Don't be happy too early. According to the rules, either one party admits defeat or one party dies. That's the only way to determine the winner. Your Excellency has not lost yet." Cheyu sneered. "He didn't lose, but he's definitely dead. Even if he had an imperishable golden body, he would still die from that sword through his chest." The people of the Heaven Alliance all looked worried, especially Jing Qi and Yin Hong. If the Heaven expert died, the entire Heaven Alliance would collapse in an instant. They had offended Yunxiao so deeply today, and if they could not kill him completely, they would be doomed for all eternity. "Look," Mo Xiaochuan suddenly exclaimed. "Master seems to be in trouble." Everyone looked over and saw little King Kong gourd holding Yunxiao. Demonic aura kept pouring out of his body, growing stronger and stronger. Yunxiao and little King Kong gourd were shrouded in the demonic cloud, and they could hardly be recognized. Not good. Lingmu Di was shocked. He suddenly rushed over. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him and said coldly, "The competition isn't over yet. Are you going to admit defeat in advance? Admit defeat your sister. If you don't move, go to hell." Yu was furious. He also rose into the air and slashed down with his 2 swords. 2 azure dragons flew into the air and roared as they descended. Jingqi was furious. The fiendish god corpse puppet appeared behind him. The 2 of them joined hands and made a hand seal at the same time, throwing out 4 palms. Boom! The momentum of the azure dragon was shattered by the wind created by the palm. Jingqi and the fiendish god corpse puppet also retreated, but they still blocked the way. Lingmu Di's face darkened. Yunxiao was in a critical situation at the moment, and he could not care less about the martial arts competition. He raised one hand and struck out with the reversed soul whip. The rest of the people also rushed into the sky one after another, trying to break through by force. Go! In Hui shouted. The members of the Heaven Alliance rushed over immediately. If the 2 factions started fighting again, it would immediately fall into chaos. Suddenly, a man's maniacal laughter came from the bottom of the ocean. The voice was extremely evil, and it entered everyone's heart. Then, a black beam of light shot up into the sky, flashed past everyone, and came to the sky in an instant. "Ha ha! Li Yunxiao, you've done me a great favor. It's all thanks to you that I was able to escape today. In order to thank you for your kindness, I'll take the rainbow rough stone, drain your body of mana, and finally send you to hell. It's a one-stop service. No need to thank me." The voice was evil, and the face had also changed greatly. Although it was still Xiao Hong's body, its face was gradually becoming more like Diyez. In Hui laughed. "Ha ha! The Lord Heaven expert is not dead yet. The martial duel is not over yet. You can all leave." Everyone's faces were gloomy. How could they retreat? They were in a deadlock in the sky. "Forget about the martial arts," Yu said anxiously. "I'm afraid Yunxiao can't withstand the demon master's attack. Let's go." Under his guidance, the 2 swords slashed horizontally. Everyone also activated their vital energy to break through the defense of the Sky Alliance. However, the other party's strength was originally above theirs. How could they charge over? Instead, they were forced to retreat several thousand feet. Diyi flew quickly in the air and appeared in front of Yunxiao in a few flashes. He suddenly slapped down with his palm and shouted, "Go to hell! Dead!" Suddenly, a strange sound rang out from inside Yunxiao's body, followed by a chuckle. "Haha, is it an emperor clone? You're just a mere clone. Yet you dare to say die in front of me." Diyez's face flickered, and he suddenly stopped, his palm still a few feet away from Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao was covered in demonic runes, and he slowly stood up. His aura suddenly changed, and he stared at Diyi with a mocking look in his eyes. The gourd little King Kong beside him seemed to have sensed something, and its burly body made of divine, refined steel trembled. Yunxiao turned his hand and slapped the gourd little Vajra, sending him flying with a vast amount of devil energy. "Don't touch me, you're so ugly." "Humph! It's you, you idiot." Diyez's eyes narrowed. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." His figure rose again, and suddenly slapped over. "I won't die even if you die." Li Yunxiao sneered as he also performed an incantation gesture with one hand, then clenched his right fist into a palm and struck out. Boom! Under the palm of the 2, boundless demonic chi turned into spiritual pressure and spread out. The darkness in the sky continued to expand. Everyone was dumbfounded and had a bad feeling. "Lord Mudi, what should we do?" Yu asked in shock. Ling Mudi did not have any better ideas, so he said, "Let's just wait and see." The last time he had been possessed by the demon lord, it had taken everyone's strength to seal him. He didn't know what to do this time. Diyez's face darkened, and the giant true devil spirit appeared behind him instantly. He shouted, "Die!" That true fiend Dharma idol's expression was savage. Forming a seal in the air, it suddenly pressed over. A huge fiend seal was like a flying rock from outer space, falling from the sky. "It's just a true fiend magic seal. Don't tell me this lord doesn't know it. He also formed the same seal, and the black demonic essence behind him continued to rise, turning into a giant spirit which also formed a seal. The two huge true fiend Dharma seals collided in the air, and rings of demonic light spread out, forcing everyone to retreat. The people from both sides stopped their dispute and once again separated to watch the battle between the two devils. Boom! The two huge true demons collapsed under the surging power. Diye's face turned cold and he immediately turned into his three-headed and six-armed Dharma form, his 6 arms forming a seal. It's been 100,000 years. If it weren't for your extreme stupidity back then, I wouldn't have been sealed until today. Now, I'll settle all my old grudges with you. Suddenly, the demonic clouds surged around him. He reached into it with his arm and grabbed an ancient bronze axe-shaped profound-level weapon. The weapon's face was like the head of a beast, with its teeth and mouth open, and its eyes were embedded with jade. As soon as the profound-level weapon appeared, the whole world began to feel suppressed. There was a constant sound of thunder, like lightning and thunder. MOPU's expression turned cold, revealing a serious expression. If you use the 6 Paths demonic weapon in your current state, be careful of the backlash and you'll turn into ashes. Don't worry about it. Just mind your own business first. Dee sneered. As the bronze battle axe was raised high into the air, the entire world began to tremble violently. Xiao Hong's tender body also began to sway as if it couldn't withstand the weight. MOPU's eyes were filled with anger. He put his hands together in front of him and slowly opened them. A black hole the size of a fist appeared between his 2 palms, with rings of stars constantly spreading out. If one looked closely, there were countless patterns on it, like a shield that was constantly growing. The shield devoured all divine sense. Everyone wanted to check out the situation, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Diye's pupils shrank. You're just a mortal. How dare you play with me? Do you want to die? He shouted. Why do you care? MOPU sneered. Let's see who will die. You're crazy, Diye said angrily. I will end you completely today. Break everything, Alai Xuanzong. The bronze battle axe in his hand suddenly chopped down, and the entire sky was split in half with a boom, and the boundless power dispersed to the sides. Everyone's body and mind trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. Even the high-level martial supreme powerhouses could not withstand the powerful weapon accumulation. Many of the Heaven Alliance members cried out in pain as their bodies were finally turned into minced meat and blown away by the air blast. The forest of no return in the distance was even more tragic. All the buildings were instantly shattered, and a large number of zombies were also sent flying into the air before exploding. MOPU's face was filled with anger as he shouted, "Ah Nan Gon Sha!" His hands constantly formed seals to send the demonic chi into the shield in front of him. The black shield immediately expanded to several acres in size and devoured all the power like a black hole. Boom! The axe light struck the black hole and an even more powerful force exploded. Boom, boom, boom! Only this roar was left in the world. Darkness swallowed thousands of miles of the sea. There was not a single drop of water on the sea 10,000 miles away. Countless creatures were completely annihilated. Bang! The unmoving forest was originally a sea turtle corpse. Under the repeated attacks, it finally exploded, turning into countless gravel that fell to the ground like rain. No! Jingqi screamed and flew over in an instant, but the whole turtle zombie had been shattered and no longer existed. This wave of power spread out, and even a powerhouse at the peak of martial arts could not resist the terrifying demonic power. He was shaken until he spat out blood. In order to protect Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian, Che Yu immediately transformed into his true dragon avatar. A dragon realm condensed in front of him, and he was also forced to retreat. No one could tell what was going on. They were all terrified by this apocalyptic power, and their hearts were beating wildly. At this moment, there were thousands of energy beams surging between the sea and the sky, all of which were extremely terrifying. If one was hit by them, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Lingmu Di flew up and faced the circles of power. His body was bombarded by all kinds of aftershocks, but it was difficult to hurt him. The sky was filled with darkness and energy beams. He couldn't use his divine sense at all, so he could only see with his naked eyes. Finally, he saw a petite body flying backward from a distance of several thousand feet. She was like a fallen leaf in the wind, completely unable to control her own fate and at the mercy of others. Li Yunxiao! Lingmu Di cried out in a hurry, and after a few leaps, he came to Yunxiao's side and hugged him. At this moment, Yunxiao's entire body was charred black, and his face was also a charcoal color, so he could not be recognized. Lingmu Di was greatly shocked. He suddenly felt for his breath, but he didn't know the specific situation. "Let's go," he shouted to the crowd. He could not stay here any longer. If Yunxiao was not treated in time, he would really die. The rest of the people did not hesitate and immediately followed Lingmu Di. "You want to leave? Kill them all." In Hong cried out and chased after Yunxiao. He was also very anxious, not knowing if Yunxiao was alive or dead. If he was still alive, he would be in great trouble. "Kill? It's too difficult." Che Yu slashed out with his two swords, using all his strength to send out a wave of sword might. It forced everyone to retreat, not daring to chase too closely. Yin Hui panicked and said to Jing Qi, "Lord Jing Qi!" Jing Qi was lying on the bottom of the sea, his whole body trembling. The ground was covered with the fragments of the motionless ashes and the remains of the zombies. The huge turtle's head was not far away. It's over, Ing Luo. It's all over, Ing Luo." Jing Qi had almost lost his mind. His mind was blank and he couldn't think at all. Yin Hui stomped his feet in anxiety. He could not stop them alone, so he could only watch Yunxiao and the others fly away and soon disappear from his sight. Between the sea and the sky, there was only a vast expanse of ruins and cracks everywhere, which made one's heart jump. "Where's His Excellency?" one of the cultivators asked in shock. When the two destructive forces had collided, Xiao Hong had completely disappeared. Yin Hui also spread out his divine sense to look around, but the whole world was filled with a large amount of negative energy wreaking havoc. Everything within thousands of miles was affected, and the seawater evaporated. It was impossible to find them with just eyesight. Dead? Is the Lord Heavenly Expert dead? The martial artist's heart trembled as if he had heard of something extremely terrifying. Yin Hui said, "The Lord of Heaven's strength is mysterious and has reached the peak. How could he have died? He must have been lost somewhere. Let's look around first. If we can't find anything after 3 days, we'll invite you all to the Bai Luo sect for a gathering to discuss important matters." After this battle, the Heaven Alliance's vitality was directly damaged. Although they did not lose many peak-stage martial artists, the middle force of high-level martial sovereigns was almost wiped out. Even the Corpse Fiend sect could be considered to be completely destroyed. Yin Hui looked down at Jing Qi, who was almost petrified. He had mixed feelings. In the past, he would have been so happy that he would have had a few more drinks to celebrate. But now he felt sad for Jing Qi, as if he could see his own end. He could not help but tremble. When he thought of Yunxiao's promise to destroy the Jade Drop sect, he felt a layer of haze shrouding his heart, lingering and growing heavier. Ruo Long and her nephew's faces turned pale. No one knew what they were thinking. Ruo Long directly cupped her fists and said, "My friends, I will take my leave first. I will go back and report to my elder brother what happened here." Their minds were almost blank, and they had lost the ability to think about this matter. More importantly, the Princess of the Four Seas was seriously injured, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Just thinking about it gave them a headache. After a simple greeting to the crowd, the two of them turned into a stream of light and headed in the direction of the North Sea Palace. Lingmu Di and the others ran at full speed on the sea for several hours before they finally saw a small island. They all landed. Other than Lingmu Di and the calabash little King Kong, everyone else was covered in injuries. Even the heaven-patrolling bulldog had been beaten until half of its body had sunk in and was completely deformed. Lingmu Di placed Yunxiao on the ground and began to examine him carefully. Yunxiao's body was like charcoal, and at first glance he was completely lifeless. Ling Mudi's face grew more and more solemn. "My lord, how's my master now?" Young Emperor Haolian asked anxiously. "That's right." Che Yu quickly added. "His injuries are so severe. Will it destroy his martial arts foundation?" As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed drastically. If the foundation of his martial arts was destroyed, it would be worse than killing him. "Don't worry, his martial arts foundation isn't destroyed. It's just a mayfly," Ling Mudi sighed. Phew! Only then did everyone take a deep breath, and their hearts that were hanging in their throats finally sank. As long as the foundation of martial arts was not destroyed, everything else was easy to deal with. "What did you just say, my lord?" Young Emperor Haolian asked hurriedly. Ling Mudi looked at the crowd and said sadly, "But Li Yunxiao is already dead." The entire island was eerily silent, leaving only the waves and the cold wind. "Ah, what?" Che Yu was stunned for a moment before asking. "He's dead." Ling Mudi sighed and said, "He's dead." Gulp! Only the sound of swallowing and the cracking of bones could be heard. "Ha! What kind of joke is my lord making? In all these years, little Li Zi has experienced things 100 times more dangerous than this, but he didn't die. You really know how to joke." Che Yu laughed and shook his head, as if he was recalling, "Yanwu fought a martial emperor with the power of a martial king. Donghai fought an entire race by itself. We met the true body of the first dragon in the Rainland. We saw the sky when we were old. We saw the devil lord everywhere. But he's still alive. Now he's dead after being hit by a little girl. Who are you trying to fool?" The rest of the people were also in disbelief. Young Emperor Haolian's entire body was deathly pale without a trace of blood. His body trembled like a sieve as he roared in a low voice. "Sir, please tell me that you're lying to us." "I'm not lying to you," Ling Mudi said. "Li Yunxiao's heart has stopped beating, and his vitality is gone. If he's not dead, do you think he'll only die when his head is cut off?" Bang! Young Emperor Haolian punched the ocean hard. He could no longer hold back his tears, and they fell like a curtain of beads in the wind. Mo Xiaochuan's fingers dug into his flesh. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and his tears and blood dripped onto the island. Che Yu also fell silent. His face was expressionless. The entire island fell into silence and sorrow. No one could accept the reality in front of them. The guest sighed and said, "The heavens are truly jealous of such a talented person. You've already been burned to this state by the demonic flame. My condolences, everyone. The path of martial arts is filled with danger. Whether it's you or me, when we set foot on this path, who wasn't prepared to die at any time? I think Yunxiao, who used to be a playboy, is now in such a sorry state. I'm afraid he doesn't want everyone to see him in such an ugly state. I'd better find a place to bury him first." "Don't touch him yet," Ling Mudi said. "What, do we have to pay our respects first?" the guest asked in surprise. "I'll think about how to save him," Ling Mudi said, shaking his head. "What?" everyone shouted out in shock. Those people who were crying immediately stopped crying, and their eyes widened. Che Yu wiped his eyes. He was shocked. "He can be saved after he's dead," Ling Mudi said. "Originally, he couldn't. But his situation is a bit special. Although he has no life force, his body is immortal. Look carefully. Still recovering. Furthermore, even I can't study the wondrous power of the great expansion divine technique. In his current state, his physical body is undying and his soul is undying. Although he is in a dead state, he contains infinite vitality." Che Yu cried tears of joy. He said emotionally, "Lord, you must save him. Although he's ugly, disgusting, evil, and unsympathetic, and has a weak kidney, he's not a bad person." Ling Mudi. Hee. Plop. Xiaohuang Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan immediately knelt down and kowtowed with all their might. "My lord, please save our master." Ling Mudi gently lifted his hand, and an invisible force lifted the two of them up. He said, "Don't argue, let me think." Everyone immediately quieted down, not daring to disturb him. After several hours, Ling Mudi sighed and said, "I really can't think of any good ideas." Everyone's body trembled. Their hearts sank, and their eyes began to tear up. "That's the only way," Lingmu Di said. Yu said angrily, "Can't you just say everything in one go?" "I only have one question, can he be saved or not?" "Of course," Lingmu Di said, "but it's very troublesome." Yu let out a sigh of relief. "No matter how troublesome it is, we have to save him. There are so many of us here. If we work together, what is there to be afraid of? Let's find a way to restore his damaged body first," Lingmu Di said. "Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand the stimulation of the method and will turn into ashes." Bin Chun frowned and said, "It will be very difficult to recover his physical body. I have observed him just now. With his current recovery speed, it will take at least a year and a half to fully recover. He has a divine body and has cultivated extraordinary physical techniques," said Bei Mang Nan. "It's not too difficult for him to recover. At least I know a few ways. He once had a body at the phenomenal success stage, so he naturally had a high level of research and attainment in this Tao." "What is it?" Yu asked impatiently. "It's to use the yin and yang balance between the divine bodies," said Bei Mang Nan. Everyone's eyes turned to the guest. The guest shuddered and retreated a few hundred feet. He said angrily, "How disgusting! You can't kill me." "Not all divine bodies are compatible with each other," said Bei Mang Nan. "There are very few that can match each other, but once matched, the power will be great, and it will benefit both sides." Yu immediately thought of Yunshang and said, "I know one person who can do it, but that person's whereabouts are unknown. Xiao Lizi has been looking for her for a long time. Then we can only use spirit herbs to nourish it," said Bai Ming Nan. Yu said, "This kid emptied the palace of Donghai. He has countless spirit herbs on him. But now he is in a state of suspended animation. The entrance to the Divine Realm tablet is also sealed. Where can he find spirit herbs?" "I have quite a few on me," Su Liani replied. As the master of the Heavenly One Pavilion, she had taken all kinds of precious things with her when she left the Merchant Union, which were only a little more than what Yunxiao had. She took out 3 bracelets of gold, silver, and bronze colors and threw them to Bai Ming Nan, saying, "My lord, take a look and see if there's anything useful inside." The restrictions on the 3 bracelets had already been removed. Bei Fingnan's divine senses swept over them one by one. After that, he grabbed a pile of items and placed them in the air. He threw the bracelets back to Su Liani and said, "These things can speed up the recovery of his body, but it's still too slow. I suddenly thought of something that the Palace of North Sea might have. Could it be the essence of the myriad-year spiritual milk?" Lingmu Di's heart moved. Su Liani was shocked. The 10,000-year spiritual milk is already an extremely rare item. It's hard to find even with 1,000 gold. As for the essence of the spiritual milk, I've never even heard of it before. It's true that this thing can only be found in the 4 seas, Lingmu Di said. If we can find 2 or 3 drops, it will definitely restore Yunxiao's body in an instant. Great. Yu was overjoyed. Then let's hurry to the Palace of North Sea. As long as there's such a thing in the palace, I'll dig it out even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. It's possible that the spiritual milk essence is in the Palace of North Sea, the chemical cultivator suddenly said. I almost forgot that you're from the Ocean Emperor's palace. Yu said. The Ocean Emperor must have some too, right? The chemical cultivator shook his head. The Ocean Emperor's palace doesn't have it. If there was such a treasure, Master would have given it to Mistress long ago. The water deity's mother, Rowe, had been in a deep sleep for decades. However, if I step in, the royal family of the North Sea will give me some face. If there really is 10,000-year spirit milk, they won't hide it, the chemical cultivator said. All right, let's go to the Palace of North Sea immediately. There's no time to waste. It's a pity that Xiao Yezi is still in seclusion, and the entrance to the Divine Realm tablet is sealed. Otherwise, with the power of Noah's ship, we would be many times faster. Su Liani immediately took out a 9th-rank warship and everyone flew inside. Suddenly, a beam of light flew over from the distance and arrived in front of them in an instant. It was a middle-aged man with a large body. When he saw the people on the battleship, he shouted with a happy expression, "Are you Lord Li Yunxiao's companions?" "What is it?" Yu asked. The man in front of him was a little unfamiliar, and he had no impression of him at all. However, this man was only an 8 stars martial emperor, so it was not enough to prove his strength. "I'm Lung Qing of the Dragon's Tooth Manor. The manor master sincerely invites Lord Yunxiao for a chat," the man quickly replied. He took out an invitation and handed it over with both hands. Yu made a grabbing motion in the air, and the invitation immediately fell into his hands. It was indeed the symbol of the Dragon's Tooth Villa, as well as Zhu Tianhan's personal invitation. "Li Yunxiao is in seclusion," Yu said. "I'll give this invitation to him. We have an urgent matter to attend to now. He'll give you a reply when he's done." This buy-in. Lung Qing was stunned for a moment, as if he felt that something was wrong. Yu said impatiently, "What is this? Get out of the way and don't delay our work." He waved his palm, and suddenly, the wind and clouds in the sky surged, and Lung Qing was thrown thousands of feet away. Lung Qing jumped in shock and hurriedly tried to resist the power of the wind and cloud, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. When he finally stabilized his body, he saw that the battleship had become the size of a soybean and had disappeared into the sky. His heart palpitated. Fortunately, the other party had no ill intentions, and he was not injured at all. No matter what, the invitation has been sent. It's good to go back and report to the Villa Lord. Lung Qing sighed and also turned into a stream of light and flew away, disappearing into the sea. The 9th grade battleship activated its speed formation to the maximum and trembled along the way as if it was about to fall apart. However, everyone still felt that it was not fast enough and was worried. After all, the longer Yunxiao's injury dragged on, the more troublesome it would be. Under the guidance of the chemical cultivator, they sailed into a peaceful sea half a month later. "This is the place." After the chemical cultivator confirmed that there was no mistake, he pointed below and said, "The royal family of the North Sea is located 30,000 meters below." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Yu was impatient. Su Lianyi immediately drove the warship. Layers of bubble-like defense wrapped around the warship. Suddenly, the head of the warship faced down and rushed into the sea, sinking continuously. "Who dares to trespass here?" A loud shout came. Then, more and more figures emerged from the sea, surrounding the battleship and staring at it fiercely. "We have an important matter to discuss with the North Sea ruler. Please accommodate us," the chemical cultivator hurriedly said. He threw out a token and it flew towards the guard leader. "Humph. Do you think you can meet my Lord Wang as you please?" The leader snorted coldly and looked at the token in his hand. The angry face suddenly became stunned, then shocked, and finally terrified. "O Ocean Emperor Palace." The guard was so scared that he almost threw away the token in his hand. He hurriedly bowed and said, "So it's the Lord from the Ocean Emperor Palace. I'll go report it now." "There's no need to report," Yu said. "We have an urgent matter to see the North Sea ruler. Please lead the way immediately." The guard was startled for a moment and said, This is not in accordance with the rules, right? Then why don't you hurry up and report it?" the chemical cultivator shouted. "Yes, yes." The guard hurriedly turned around and disappeared into the sea with a few flashes. "If I didn't have a favor to ask of them, I would have rushed in right now," Yu cursed. Could be seen that he was burning with anxiety. "We've already waited for more than half a month," Ling Mudi said. "Can't we wait for an hour?" Only then did everyone's manic hearts gradually calm down. Very quickly, the guard led a group of people over. The people in the lead were actually Runtong and Runtong. The two of them were shocked when they heard that someone from the Ocean Emperor Palace had come. The princess had just been injured and her whereabouts were unknown. It was too fast for the Ocean Emperor Palace to send someone. The uncle and nephew immediately came out to greet him. "Ah, it's you guys." When Ruo Long saw this, she immediately cried out in alarm. "I won't settle the matter with the Heaven Alliance for now. Quickly bring out the essence of the 10,000-year spiritual milk," Yu said coldly. Long was shocked. 10,000-year spirit milk essence? You're here for this item. Leap Sek's eyes darted around, and he immediately thought of the key point. He quickly said, "It's a pity that the North Sea Palace doesn't have the essence of the myriad-year spirit milk. But we do have a few drops." The chemical cultivator's face darkened as he said, "This is not a joke. Xianxia's life and death are not only related to himself, but also the safety of Princess Water Immortal. If you have the essence of spirit milk, don't hide it." "Of course not. Please leave," Ruizong said. The chemical cultivator was stunned and didn't know what to do. If the other party really didn't have it, it wouldn't be good to ask. Che Yu's heart was burning with anger. He had come here with great hope, but it was all for naught, he said coldly. "If there's no spiritual milk essence, then we won't leave. Let's settle the score with the 9 heavens 10 earths killing formation." Long was shocked. Knowing his strength, she hurriedly retreated. "Don't mess around. This is the royal family of the North Sea. What are you doing? What are you doing? That 9 heavens 10 earths killing formation has caused us a lot of trouble. This debt will be paid with the lives of your entire royal family." Che Yu was enraged. He poured all of his resentment into the sword in his hand, causing huge whirlpools to form in the water and the Grade 9 battleship to collapse. The royal family's orders. Long and her nephew were both extremely shocked. They didn't think that the other party would be so brutal. They both cried out repeatedly, "Stop! Quickly stop! Lord Chemical Cultivator, we really can't take out the spiritual milk," Long said anxiously. The chemical elementalist also wanted Che Yu to stop, but was that possible? If he tried to stop this anger, he might be killed by the sword. Furthermore, he didn't believe that the North Sea didn't have the spiritual milk essence, so he snorted and stood to the side. "Having the spiritual milk essence is only to forgive your sins. If you don't have it, then use your death to atone for your sins," Che Yu replied coldly. The Shumi Anata sword transformed into a green dragon that coiled around it. The entire sea retreated into the distance, and the sea was instantly split apart. The huge sword power pressed down on Runtong and her nephew until they couldn't breathe. Both of their expressions changed drastically. That sword had already locked onto them, and if it were to slash down, they would die without a doubt. At the moment of life and death, Leap Sek did not care about what he was thinking and hurriedly shouted, "Lord, please stop. I suddenly remembered that the royal family of the North Sea still has a few drops of spiritual milk essence." Many people's expressions changed drastically when they heard him, especially the chemical elementalist. His face was full of anger as he glared at him. How dare he lie to him? Leap Sect lowered his head, not daring to look at the transformation cultivator. However, at this moment, his life was more important, and he could not care about other things for the time being. "Pooh! You actually dare to trick this lord?" Che Yu was even more furious, but he was overjoyed in his heart. He said coldly, "I'll remember this for the time being. If you offer me the spiritual milk to satisfy me, then nothing will happen. Otherwise, not only will I exterminate your clan, but I'll also exterminate your 9 families and overturn half of the North Sea." Long and her nephew only felt extremely sullen, but they didn't dare to say anything. Long's face was gloomy. "Everyone, please follow me. If we want to use the essence of the 10,000-year spirit milk, we must first get Brother Wang's approval. We don't have the right to make this decision." Only then did Che Yu keep his sword and everyone followed Run Shi. The Lingmu flute protected Yunxiao as they shuttled through a blue round passage and soon disappeared into the bottom of the sea. The tunnel led directly to the bottom of the sea, to a huge independent space. The inside was illuminated by countless crystals, making it as bright as day. A grand and magnificent palace sat in the center, decorated with all kinds of rare treasures. "Everyone, please wait here. I'll go and inform Brother Wang first," Runshin said. "There's no need to report, we'll go with you," Che Yu said. Suddenly, a voice came from the palace. "There's an important guest coming from afar. Runhai has failed to welcome you. Please forgive me." The voice was loud and clear, deafening from far away. It was extremely powerful. Then, a black dragon shadow circled above the palace. After a few flashes, it appeared in front of everyone and turned into a man in a black robe. He was not angry, but he was mighty. His entire body exuded the aura of a superior. Brother Wang. Father. Ruo Long and her nephew hurriedly came forward to pay their respects. Ruo Hai's gaze swept across Che Yu and the others, and he couldn't help but feel his heart jump. He didn't know where these experts had come from. Ruo Long lowered her head and secretly transmitted her voiceover, briefly explaining the whole story and the origins of these people. Ruo Hai's expression changed drastically. If these people came to seek revenge, then the entire royal family of the North Sea would really be in big trouble. He hurriedly said, "So you are all friends of Lord Poseidon's disciple, Lord Chemical Cultivator. I've been rude." He grabbed onto this clue and hurriedly tried to establish a relationship. "You don't have to care who we are. You've offended us. If you can hand over the spiritual milk essence to our satisfaction, we'll write you off. Otherwise, we'll call it a day." Che Yu replied. He said the word fight, and the entire space trembled. The members of the sea race were all greatly shocked. Ruo Hai also cried out in his heart. He had also noticed Yunxiao, who was standing next to Lingmu Di, but in order to save this man, he frowned and said, "Although the essence of the myriad-year spiritual milk is miraculous and can bring the dead back to life, that's just an exaggeration. As the saying goes, medicine cannot cure the sick. I think this friend is already dead. He's currently in a state of suspended animation. If he really dies, your entire North Sea royal family will be buried with him," Che Yu said coldly. Ruo Hai's heart trembled, and she was also burning with anger. For countless years, no one had ever dared to be so impudent in the palace of North Sea. The other party's tone was overbearing, threatening to annihilate his entire clan at the drop of a hat. No matter what, he was still an expert who controlled an entire sea and whose name shook the world. When had he ever suffered such vexing anger? However, even though he was angry, when his gaze swept across the crowd again, he still did not dare to say anything. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said, "I still had the myriad-year spirit milk essence a moment ago, but it's gone now. That's why my son, Ruizong, didn't lie to you all before." The chemical cultivator couldn't help but be angry. "Lord Runhai, you were the ones who set up the formation to hurt people first. Why are you so stubborn? You've brought disaster upon yourself." Ruo Hai sighed. "Lord Transformation Cultivator, what I said is true. Just now, the Yunxing clan's elder had already asked for the spirit milk essence." "The Yunxing clan? Is that true?" The chemical cultivator's expression changed drastically. The Cloud clan was extremely powerful in the sea, and not many people knew of this clan. However, even the Sea Emperor would not dare to not give face to the clan leader of this clan. His eldest martial brother, Gu Hong, was from the Cloud clan. "Where is the Yunsheng tribe?" Che Yu asked coldly. The chemical cultivator was shocked. He said hurriedly, "You must not go to the Yunsheng tribe. They are too terrifying. Otherwise, you will never be able to return." Lingmu Di's pupils contracted. He stared at the palace and said, "Are the three sitting inside drinking tea the Yunxing family's elders?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. This time, even Ruo Hai was shocked. He resized up Lingmu Di and was secretly shocked. He couldn't see through the state of this person's cultivation at all. "Humph, you have good eyes." A cold sneer came from the palace, and one of them said, "Since everyone is here for the spiritual milk essence, and it is now in the hands of the three of us, we cannot sit back and do nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no movement, but three old men immediately appeared in front of Ruo Hai. Three elders. Ruo Hai hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. One of them had white eyebrows that drooped down to his shoulders, and there was a murderous aura flickering between his brows. "My lord doesn't need to be so polite. These people have come to make things difficult for my lord for the sake of the spiritual milk essence, so they are also making things difficult for us." "The essence of the myriad-year spirit milk is with you three?" Che Yu asked. The white-browed old man raised his head and said with a disdainful look, "Yes, I am." Phew! Cheyu let out a long sigh of relief. His mood became extremely good. He smiled. "Haha! I finally found it." "What do you mean?" the white-browed old man asked coldly. "Don't tell me you dare to snatch it from our hands." "Rob? No, 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 of course not." Cheyu squinted his eyes and laughed. "At least you know your place," the white-browed old man snorted. The smile on Cheyu's face turned cold and sharp. He said, "It's for you to obediently hand it over with both hands." "What?" The three old men were shocked, and even the royal family of the North Sea changed their expressions. However, the royal family was secretly delighted and couldn't wait for a conflict to break out. One of the three old men, a skinny old man in blue, said sternly, "Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending? Are you trying to feign ignorance about our origins? Playing dumb? The three of you are too serious. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you guys. If you don't hand over the spiritual milk essence within 10 breaths, you'll die." Cheyu laughed. The three of them were dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it. Their Yunxing clan had dominated the 4 seas, and no one had ever dared to not give them face, let alone resist. The transformation cultivator was extremely anxious. He naturally knew how terrifying this race was and hurriedly said, "Lord Cheyu, let's discuss this." "The Yunshang clan, I remember now," said Beifong Nan suddenly. The white-browed old man snorted heavily and shouted arrogantly, "Humph! Don't you think it's a little too late to only remember now? This matter won't end so easily." "Why don't I have any impression of it?" Ling Mudi asked. "Have you forgotten, my lord?" Bai Mingnen asked. In the great battle that year, there was a sea tribe member with outstanding strength who was saved by Darren. He cried and shouted that he would follow Darren to the death, but Darren did not agree. That person seems to be the Yunsheng clan's clan leader. It's called an important place or something. Ling Mudi recalled for a moment. "Now that you mention it, I do remember. It's been too long, so I forgot what it's called. It's like a sea tribe with the size of a mountain. A pair of wings, red body, 5 fingers, claws and teeth." Although he didn't remember his name, he had described all the characteristics of his opponent's battle. You guys really dare to talk nonsense." The white-browed old man trembled in shock and anger. The royal family of the North Sea was also shocked as they looked at the two of them in shock. They were probably the only 2 people in the world who dared to mock the Yunxing family. But what they didn't know was that Ling Mudi and Bei Xiaonan were just telling the truth and didn't tease him. The important place was the Yunsheng clan's first-generation clan leader. A huge statue was placed in the clan, but ordinary people did not know about it. "Who can't bear it?" the skinny elder of the Yunxing tribe roared in anger. He rushed over and slapped his palm toward the south of the northern river. Beifong Nan was not afraid. He turned his body to the side and struck out with his palm. Bang! The wind from their palms surged, and the skinny old man was suddenly shocked. He realized that the other party's power was far above his own. He wanted to retreat in a hurry, but he found that his palms were sucked in by a huge force. There was no way to retreat, and the palm force of the other party in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, constantly crushing his metacarpal bones. His 2 arms felt as if countless blades were scraping through his bone marrow, and the pain made him break out in cold sweat. Impudent! The other 2 old men were furious at the same time. Powerful demonic chi surged out, and they didn't care about their face as they attacked from the left and right. Beifong Nan suddenly exerted force on his palm and pushed his opponent away. At the same time, he turned around and made a hand seal, causing a sword shadow to appear. Octagon Shadow, Eternal Sword Control. The sword split into 2 and slashed at the 2 elders. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them were both shocked. They felt their chi and blood surging and their internal organs tumbling. They forcibly suppressed the blood in their mouths and kept retreating to dissolve the sword momentum. One person used 2 moves to force the 3 of them back. The white-browed old man knew that the situation wasn't good and shouted, "Let's retreat first. We'll settle the score with them in the future." "Retreat? This is a big joke." Yu's figure flashed and blocked the three of them. He said coldly, "Hand over the essence of the myriad-year spirit milk, and I'll let you go. My Yunxing clan has a great use for the 10,000-year spirit milk essence. If you know what's good for you, then move aside." The white-browed old man said angrily. "I'm sorry, I've never been tactful," Yu said coldly. The white-browed old man gritted his teeth in anger and said, "It seems like you don't know how powerful my Yunxing clan is. Too much nonsense. I don't like it," Yu said coldly. The Shumi Anata appeared in his hand, and he slashed down with his sword. The three of them were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to attack directly. The sword power was vast, and they couldn't block it at all. They were so scared that their faces turned pale. Ruohai really couldn't stand it anymore. With a flash, she stood in front of the three people. He formed a hand seal, and a golden ring flew out from his arms, turning into layers of light. Bang! The halos dispersed, and the sword chi struck the golden ring, creating a crisp sound. Runhai's arms went numb, and he was abnormally shocked. "Sir Runhai, you block these people. The three of us will return to the clan to report and send experts to kill them," the white-browed elder said. The three of them immediately turned into flowing lights and flew up, wanting to break through the sky. Runhai was speechless. He felt aggrieved but had nothing to say. He didn't dare to offend the Yunxing clan, and he couldn't just watch the three of them die in his territory. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. It would be best if the three of them could escape. Boom! Suddenly, a huge light circle appeared in the sky. The nine heavens Daluo hoop expanded to a few acres in size and pressed down on the three of them. Soon after, Lingmu Di pulled out a silver whip. Countless runes flickered as it struck down. Pa! 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 With three consecutive sounds, the three of them vomited blood on the spot. They felt the world spin, and their divine sense was severely injured, falling from the sky. "These three are too stubborn," Yu said. "Lord Mudi, you should just search their souls." Soul search. The three of them were all shocked. They hurriedly struggled to get up from the ground and roared in shock and anger. Runhai also said anxiously, "You can't. These three elders are highly respected in the Yunxing clan. Even the Ocean Emperor Palace doesn't dare to offend the Yunxing family." "And which force is the Ocean Emperor Palace?" Lingmu Di asked with a frown. The people of the North Sea were all dumbfounded, their mouths wide open. In the era of Lingmu Di, there was no Ocean Emperor Palace, and even the four seas were in chaos, not as orderly as they were now. "Ha ha ha!" Yu laughed out loud. "Don't bother about these idiots. Hurry up and search their souls. What Yunsheng clan, what Ocean Emperor Palace, what Saint Realm, what Soul Formation Sea, what Natural Mode Ocean, have we ever put them in our eyes? If you need to be beaten, you need to be killed." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this, especially those from the sea race. The Ocean Emperor Palace was the holy land in their hearts, and the Cloud Life Tribe was an even more terrifying ancient force. As for the Holy Region, the Soul Formation Sea, and the Natural Moat Cliff, they all knew that they were the holy lands of the human race. What was going on with these people? He was so arrogant. The Lingmu flute's silver whip cracked. With a pa sound, an old man once again spurted out blood, and his whole body was shaken into the air. Lingmu Di clenched his 5 fingers and pulled him down, hanging him in front of him. Then, he kept making hand seals with both hands, sending all kinds of seals into the other party's body one by one. He violently tore apart the other party's spiritual altar and sea of consciousness, and his divine sense rushed in crazily. The old man screamed as his body convulsed in the air, but it completely stopped after a while. His face was blank and his eyes were lifeless. Bang! After the soul search was completed, the body was thrown away. It lay on the ground like a pile of rotten meat. However, it did not die but was completely crippled. The other 2 people screamed in horror and trembled in fear. Lingmu Di looked at the white-browed elder and said, "The essence of the myriad-year spirit milk is on you. Do you want to hand it over, or do you want me to do it?" The white-browed old man was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over, his voice trembling. "Don't, Don't kill me! Ling Mudi made a grabbing motion in the air and caught the jade bottle in his hand. When he opened it, his face immediately lit up with joy. Can we leave now? The white-browed old man asked with a trembling voice. Stay here and see the effects of the myriad-year spirit milk. If it's not effective, I'll take it out on you. Che-yu snorted. The two of them started to shiver in fear. Ling Mudi slowly poured the jade bottle into Yunxiao's mouth, and an indescribable fragrance immediately spread throughout the entire space. Wen Jidu felt refreshed and 100 times more energetic. Run Hai's face revealed a pained expression. If this bottle of spiritual milk essence was taken away by the Yunxing clan, it would be equivalent to him doing a big favor, and he would have an easier time in the 4 seas in the future. Now that it was taken away by these people, it was like throwing meat buns at dogs. The other party wouldn't even give him a single origin crystal. As the essence of the spirit milk dripped into his body, the wounds on Yunxiao's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black charcoal burned by the demonic flame kept peeling off from his skin, and new muscles grew. Everyone was watching this amazing scene without blinking. Soon, a vibrant and radiantly Yunxiao appeared in front of him, and he looked younger and more energetic than before. The essence of the 10,000-year spiritual milk is indeed a priceless treasure, praised Ling Mudi. It's so magical, Che-yu also exclaimed. Lord Run Hai, does your palace have more? I would like to buy a few bottles. Ruo Hai's face was filled with black lines as she snorted heavily and said, What do you think? Hee. Che-yu laughed. He knew that he was delusional. Lord Mudi, what's the situation now? His physical body is fine, and it's even better than before, Ling Mudi said. The most important thing now is to repair his heart meridian. I didn't want to use this method, but I've just checked and his condition is worse than I thought. I can only take the risk. Everyone became nervous. Don't worry, everyone, Ling Mudi said. The probability of saving him is very high. I'm just worried about the side effects. He raised his head and looked at the gourd little King Kong. Suddenly, he made a hand seal with one hand and stretched out his other hand. His 5 fingers were like claws as he grabbed the front of the gourd little King Kong. Roar! The gourd little King Kong's burly body trembled, and he let out a low roar. He seemed to be in extreme pain, but he still endured it and did not move. A stone that was emitting white light was pulled out of the gourd little King Kong's chest. Che-yu sucked in a breath of cold air in shock. He naturally recognized this rainbow stone. He said in shock, My lord, Yuring Luo. Implant this rainbow stone into Yunxiao's heart, Ling Mudi said. Activate his functions. But these are rainbow stones, Che-yu exclaimed in shock. I know, Ling Mudi said expressionlessly. Even I couldn't resist the temptation of the rainbow stone. That's why I said it was troublesome. Che-yu's heart was filled with anger. If that's the case, why are you still using this method? Do you think he can handle it? Ling Mudi glanced at him and said indifferently, Yes, because he is Li Yunxiao. Che-yu was stunned for a moment before falling silent, but the worry on his face did not decrease. The Lingmu flute did not dare to touch the rainbow stone, so it slowly wrapped it with its primordial energy and placed it directly on Yunxiao's chest. The rainbow stone seemed to have a mind of its own, and it instantly disappeared into it uncontrollably. A beating sound like a heart came from Yunxiao's body, and his body twitched violently, tugging at everyone's heart. Bang bang, bang bang. The rainbow stone was like a heart, constantly absorbing the blood in Yunxiao's body. Time seemed to have stopped in the space of the royal family of the North Sea. Everyone watched this unbelievable scene with wide eyes. They were all experts, and they could tell at a glance that Yunxiao was dead. The so-called living dead and flesh growing from bones were just exaggerated. How could he be resurrected if he was dead? But Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes, and a strange look flickered in them. Haha, I'm finally alive. Che-yu was overjoyed, and the rest of the people heaved a sigh of relief. Haolian Xiaohuang and Mo Xiaochuan were so happy that they cried and hugged each other. The Lingmu flute quickly tapped Yunxiao's chest several times and laid down several seals in succession, then asked, "What do you think?" Yunxiao's pupils constricted. "There seems to be a violent aura in the blood," he said. "I can't help but want to kill someone. Did Darren place that rainbow stone in my chest?" "This is the only way to save you," Lingmu Di said. He immediately explained the entire situation and said, "Your heart's pulse needs to be maintained by the rainbow stone. It will continuously repair the damaged heart." Yunxiao frowned. "This strange feeling is very uncomfortable. It's always a troublesome thing for rainbow stones to enter my body. When can I take them out?" "The heart is the head of the 5 internal organs," Nen said. "No matter how strong your divine body is, it's impossible to repair itself. Only a complete physical body has the ability to repair everything. When your fleshly body is complete, you can take out this rainbow stone. The trouble is," Ling Mudi said, "by the time you step into the first-rate sacred body, this rainbow stone will have already fused with the heart. I'm not sure if I can still take it out. I can't wear this stone heart for the rest of my life," Yunxiao said gloomily. "I can't do that. What are you afraid of?" "Che Yu said, his entire body is made of stone. You're just a heart. Furthermore, this rainbow stone will be used as the formation core to set up a seal. It will replace the nomological light and seal the passage for you. If MOPU were to forcefully take over your body again, he would definitely destroy this rainbow stone seal. Once the rainbow stone is broken, you'll be finished in an instant, and it'll be meaningless for him to take over your body." Yunxiao said, "Hua hua. Can I swear? This seal is too fucking wicked, right? In the past, when the body was occupied by a demon master, there was still a chance to snatch it back. But now, we'll directly perish together. It's good to be alive. Let's just take one step at a time. Can you be worse off than me?" Beiji Nan comforted. His physical body had long turned into a zombie, and he had to change his appearance before he could meet people. Normally, a body at the phenomenal success stage wouldn't decay, but 10 to 10,000 years was simply too long. Forget it. Yunxiao did not ask for much. He was already very lucky to be able to keep his life. "Good for nothing. Your eyes are red from crying." He knocked Xiaohuang Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan on the head one by one, and the two of them cried tears of joy. "We haven't reached the peak of martial arts yet," young Emperor Haolian sobbed. "Master, you can't just leave us behind. The path to the peak of martial arts is paved by one's own self," Yunxiao scolded. "Master only showed you the way. You are not far from the peak, but the peak is only a starting point." The peak was only the starting point. Yunxiao suddenly remembered what Di Jia had told him, and he could not help but say it. Except for Lingmu Di and Baiming Nan, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts and had an infinite yearning for the road in front of them. "Yes, this disciple has learned." Young Emperor Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan both bowed. "What should we do with these Yunsheng tribesmen?" Che Yu asked. "Please spare our lives. We have already given the myriad year spirit milk essence to our lords. Please keep your promise and let us go." The white-browed old man began to beg for mercy. "Pfft. Did I say I'd let you off?" Che Yu cursed. "I said it would depend on my mood, and I'm in a good mood now." The two elders heaved a sigh of relief and smiled awkwardly. Yunxiao frowned. "You are in a good mood, but I am not. Just kill him," he said. As soon as the word "kill" came out, his expression changed drastically. There was an indescribable frenzy in his heart, and countless demonic patterns surged on his body in an instant. With a flash, he appeared in front of the two elders and slashed out with his sword. The sword ray was as white as fire, and a lotus flower could be vaguely seen. Swish! Wherever the sword light passed, the heads of the two elders flew up directly, and blood spurted high. Ah! Everyone was caught off guard. They were completely dumbfounded as they watched the two headless bodies spurting out blood. Yunxiao's body was filled with a murderous aura as he turned to stare at Run Hai and the others and said in a cold voice, "You insects, go to hell too." Sword Death's red slash shone with a white light and a terrifying aura spread. Suddenly, a red ring of light fell and locked Yunxiao up, binding him up. It was the 9 Heavens Daluo ring. Guard your mind. Don't be possessed by the devil, Ling Mudi also shouted. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his body immediately emitted a transparent light. It was the phenomenon of the bright moon divine body, which kept purifying the demonic energy. Bei Fengnan frowned. Lord, his god body seems to be a Baian. I've noticed it too, Ling Mudi said. The Xiaofeng Can's light glass body. Bai Mingnan's expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal and did not say anything. What's wrong with his divine body? Cheyu asked. Is there a problem? He had seen with his own eyes when he obtained the divine body inheritance in the heavenly jewel sect of the southern region. Furthermore, the place where the inheritance was obtained was filled with extremely precious moon pearls from the East Sea. Now that he heard Mudi and the other man's words, it seemed like they were things with some background. Ling Mudi seemed to be reminiscing. This is the ultimate technique of the king of the southern region, Xiao Fengcan. There's nothing special about it, just that it will shine. But in the end, it was still killed by the demon lord with a single palm. Cheyu, he. No wonder his demonic chi didn't turn into a demon, said Bei Mangnan. Instead, he's able to use it well. He actually got the light glass body. This magical power is one of the few powers that can resist the power of demonic chi. The people of the North Sea were on high alert. Their faces were extremely pale, and they were complaining in their hearts. Why did such a group of fiends come? The bright moon divine light on Yunxiao's body was as bright as the moon, like a precious pearl. After flickering a few times, his eyes gradually became as calm as water. The red light from the sword death gradually became smaller in his hand, shrinking into a white lotus flower, and disappeared into his palm. I'm sorry, I was too excited. Yunxiao chuckled in embarrassment. Run Hai and the others were in a difficult situation to speak of. You killed the elder of the Cloud Life tribe in a moment of excitement. Even the royal family of the North Sea couldn't escape this debt and would be more or less implicated. Cheyu laughed. Haha. Luckily it didn't cause a huge disaster. Aryuo Long couldn't help but shout. He killed 3 elders of the Yunsheng clan? And this still hasn't caused a disaster? You're already in deep trouble. The Yunxing clan is the clan that your senior brother, Gu Hong, is from, right? Yun Xiao asked the chemical cultivator. That's right. The Yunxing family's strength is not even on par with the Ocean Emperor's. Even Master has to be polite to them, the chemical cultivator said with a serious expression. When he thought of the bone rainbow, he couldn't help but shiver. An uncontrollable fear spread in his heart. Yun Xiao nodded and said, That's good. I haven't settled the score with him yet. Quickly send a message to the Yunxing clan and ask them to send someone to die. I'll be waiting here. The people of the North Sea were all dumbfounded. He originally thought that he would escape immediately after killing people, but who knew that he would stupidly stay and wait for death? He was instantly overjoyed. As long as the Yunxing clan sent people over, his responsibility would be much smaller. Quickly send a message to the cloud race. Run Hai hurriedly said, afraid that everyone would go back on their word. Aryuo Hai hurriedly said, My lords, why don't you all return to the palace and rest for a while? Yun Xiao's eyes lit up. He had benefited a lot when he emptied the palace of Donghai, but he had been sitting around doing nothing and did not have many natural treasures with him. All right, let's all go in and rest. Please get us some natural treasures to help us recover our essence energy. We still have to kill that stupid bird from the Cloud Life tribe later. You must make sure it's a large amount, Yun Xiao said seriously. If you don't blame me for being impolite. I'll settle the new and old grudges together. Aryuo Hai had controlled the North Sea for many years and was also an old fox-like existence. Naturally, she could hear the implied meaning. The other party was extorting them. However, he had to bear with the extortion. As long as he could keep these masters here, when the Yunxing clan came over, it was fine to pay some blood. Naturally, I will not mistreat you. Run Hai immediately ordered people to get heavenly materials and earthly treasures for everyone to enjoy. The crowd immediately swarmed into the palace, sat down, and drank to their heart's content. Xiao had come back from the dead, and everyone was in a very good mood. Young Master Yun, is your divine body about to break through the seventh gate? Beiming Nantian asked. Xiao smiled, put down the wine glass and said, You have good eyes? How did you see it? The guests were shocked and asked, Are you really going to break through the seventh door? You have a sign? A little. Xiao nodded, vaguely, and I can't figure it out. Ha. I was just saying. Cheyu laughed. No wonder you stayed behind to wait for the Shan clan. You were looking for an opponent to temper your body. That's right. It's a wonderful method, said Beimang. As long as the other party is strong enough, the chances of breaking through the seventh gate during the battle are extremely high. I also want to fight later, the officials said. A faint formation light appeared on his body, as if he was very excited. Anyone who wants to cultivate can come up later, Xiao said with a smile. I hope the people sent by the Yunxing family will not disappoint us. If you're disappointed, we'll go straight to your door. Since this so-called lousy clan is so famous, they must have a few powerful people. Ruohai was scared witless when she heard this. She didn't know how to reply and just kept smiling and toasting at the side. The officials began to ask Beifeng Nan about the cultivation of the physical body. Although he did not know the background of this person, his explanation and knowledge left him dumbfounded, more than 10 times better than his own. Everyone also joined in from time to time, discussing happily and benefiting greatly. The people of the North Sea were also overjoyed when they heard this. The most unique characteristic of a dragon's descendant was its tyrannical body, so they quickly joined in the discussion. As the king of the North region, Lingmudi knew all the techniques in the world. He had a deep understanding of the divine path, let alone the martial path. Everyone felt like they had been bathed in a spring breeze when they heard him. Later, the discussion was not only limited to the physical body, but also all kinds of phenomena. After an unknown amount of time, everyone was in high spirits and didn't feel tired at all. Suddenly, a surge of elemental energy came from the outside and interrupted their conversation. Following that, an angry roar reverberated throughout the entire palace, reverberating through the air. You bastards who dare to offend my Yunxing clan! Get out here! Each roar contained boundless fury and supreme might. The palace was shaken, and a large number of guards and servants of the Sea tribe were so scared that they knelt on the ground and trembled. Run Hai and the other members of the royal family were also filled with anger. Their eyes were slightly red. Just as he was listening to the explanation, he was interrupted. If it was anyone else, they would have rushed out to kill him at the first moment. Even if it was the Yunxing clan that came, Ruinhai's expression and attitude changed completely. It was not only because the newcomer had interrupted his hearing, but also because he was more and more shocked through the conversation. The knowledge and understanding of the heavenly Tao of Ling Mudi and the others were far above his own. Could be said that they were far behind him. The origin of such a person was probably no worse than the Yunxing clan. The target is here, Xiao said with a smile. Let's go. The space in the hall became blurry for a moment, and everyone turned into a stream of light and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, they all appeared in the sky above the palace of North Sea. He saw 2 figures slowly appear in a dark tunnel not far away. One of them had a slim waist and a sharp back, with protruding cheekbones, while the other had thick eyebrows and big eyes. The moment the 2 of them appeared, the entire space seemed to twist. The biting cold killing intent swirled in the sky, and the anger in Run Hai's heart instantly dissipated. Only then did he remember the terror of the Yunxing clan. How could he still have the slightest look of dissatisfaction? He hurriedly went up to meet them. So it's the 2 grand elders Hua Shi and Di Gu. Run Hai was incomparably shocked in his heart. These 2 grand elders of the Yunxing clan had already lived for hundreds to thousands of years. Even he did not know that these 2 people were still alive. Are you the incompetent son of Rufei? The slim-backed old man said coldly with a gloomy face. As the ruler of the North Sea, you actually watched my people get killed. It seems that your life as the ruler of the North Sea has come to an end. Ruohai jumped in fright. Seeing that the situation was about to vent his anger on her, she hurriedly said, Senior Hua Shi, these people are extremely powerful. I'm not capable of stopping them. If you can't stop me, why don't you just die? Hua Shi said coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, an earth-shattering force attacked. Ruohai was both shocked and angry, and he suddenly slapped out with both palms. Boom! The palm momentum was actually shattered by the power of the other party's sleeve, and his body was sent flying 1,000 feet away. The kings of the four seas are getting worse and worse with each generation, Hua Shi said. The old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Digu, snorted coldly and said, If there's really no other way, I think the Yunxing clan should come out again to maintain the order of the four seas. Run Hai was furious but didn't dare to speak. Her face was gloomy as she stood far away. They've attracted 2 divine transcendent old men, Cheyu said. It seems like the Yunxing tribe is quite powerful. Of course, Yun Xiao laughed. If you don't have some skills, would you dare to hit the king of the North Sea? The North Sea ruler didn't even dare to make a sound after being beaten. This is enough to show how powerful he is. Run Hai's face turned red, and he wished there was a hole in the ground to hide in. The rest of the people from the North Sea were also ashamed and angry. But even though they were angry, they didn't dare to move. Hua Shi and Digu glanced at the crowd, and their expressions changed slightly. These people were either divine transcendence or peak martial arts. There were also a few things that were neither human nor ghost, and they couldn't even tell their strength. Which force are you from? Hua Shi asked coldly. Yanwu? Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, The city of Yanwu. Everyone was taken aback, wondering where Yanwu was. Hua Shi pondered for a while and had no impression of it at all. Then she said, It seems that the 2 of us have been in seclusion for too long, and the distribution of forces in the world has changed too much. But no matter how it changes, only those families with true supreme foundations can last forever and laugh proudly in the world. What a joke! Yun Xiao laughed. There is no eternal power in this world. Hua Shi snorted. That's because you're ignorant. My Yunxing tribe will never decline. That's because the ancestors of the Yunxing family knew how to hide their strength and bide their time, Yun Xiao said. They never came out to cause trouble, let alone offend people like me. However, the current Yunxing tribe no longer understands these principles. Savage! I've never seen such an arrogant and ignorant junior in my entire life. The earth skeleton shouted angrily. Why are you talking nonsense with them? Just kill them all. Hua Shi said. These people are indeed quite capable. The dragon body master himself is a divine transcendence. The rest of them are not easy to deal with either. Digu said coldly, Even if we're all transcendents and saints, the difference is like heaven and earth. The further we go, the more we'll be competing in our comprehension of the heavenly path. Could it be that these people's comprehension of the heavenly path surpasses yours and mine? Ruohai thought to herself from a distance. They might not be able to compare to others, but in terms of comprehension of the heavenly Tao, these people were truly terrifying. The reason, said Huagu. Hold that dragon expert back, Digu said. I'll come and help you after I kill the others. I don't know who will finish first. The melting bone dole laughed. I only need to kill one person and you have to kill several. Just as he finished speaking, his figure flickered and a stream of light flew down, attacking Cheyu. Earth skeleton laughed. Old fox, how cunning. Let's see who kills first. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as a monstrous aura spread out from his body. He stomped down with one foot. Boom! The ground exploded in an instant as Yun Xiao and the others tore open the space with their bare hands and teleported out of the mighty aura. Cheyu formed hand seals and pointed forward, resolving Hua Shi's attack. Then, the 2 of them were completely engulfed by the aftershock of the kick. Eh? Hua Shi's surprised voice could be heard from the aftermath, as if she couldn't believe it. Your sister. Cheyu cursed and saw a sword radiance shoot up into the sky. It was as if 100,000 mountains were moving towards him. 1,000 autumn peak. Boom, boom, boom. A vast might descended continuously, and the space around Hua Shi was completely suppressed. The terrifying sword force slashed down. Huaxi sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "This person's strength is not right." His demonic body instantly appeared and became several times larger. With wings on his back and sharp claws on his feet, he stepped on the sword. Bang! A figure was sent flying. He turned into a snake and crashed heavily into the ground. One of his legs was a bloody mess, and a large number of scales had been chopped off. Digu's pupils also shrunk as he said in shock, "How can he be so strong?" Huaxi was both shocked and angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "There's something strange about his sword. Not only is it extremely sharp, but it also seems to have a suppressing effect on us." Suppressing effect? Digu was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. He said coldly, "There aren't many things that can suppress my Yunxing clan. Could it be that this sword was passed down from the famous true spirit? It's stained with a powerful aura." Huaxi's eyes were cold as she stared at the Shumi Inata and said, "This might be the true dragon sword." "What?" Digu was shocked, and he cried out in shock, "That's impossible! The ancient true dragon sword." He was not the only one who was shocked. The royal family of the North Sea was also shocked. They were also descendants of dragons, and their ancestor, the Black Dragon, was one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. Naturally, they were also very eager for the things of the true dragon. Ruo Hai's heart trembled violently. He was almost certain that it was the true dragon's sword. When the sword first appeared, he felt his heart palpitate in fear, as if his soul was under pressure. He thought that it was because Che Yu's strength was unparalleled, but now he realized that it was the fear and pressure that was buried in his bones. "Haha! I didn't expect to have such a harvest on this trip." Digu licked his lips and said in wild joy, "Huaxi, you hold on for a while. After I kill these bastards, I'll join forces with you to kill him." "All right," Huaxi said in a deep voice. "Hurry up. Don't let this person escape." The earth skeleton revealed a cruel and contemptuous gaze, saying, "Hee, don't worry. It's just 9 pieces of trash. Just give me 9 breaths of time." At this moment, the calabash little Vajra, the evil spirit, the crocodile, and the dark thunder had been taken into the divine realm tablet by Yunxiao. Only the guests, Baiming Nan, Lingmu Di, Su Lieni, Chan Yuyu, the chemical cultivator, Haolian Xiaohuang, and Mo Xiaochuan were left. The chemical cultivator's expression was the ugliest. Although he knew that the earth bones could not kill them, he had offended the Yunxing tribe and was afraid that it would bring endless trouble. But on second thought, if the Yunxing family could kill Yunxiao, or if they fought to the point where both sides were seriously injured, perhaps little junior sister would be his. As he thought of this, his depressed mood disappeared. Instead, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a knowing smile. 9 breaths is too long, Huaxi said coldly. "I'll give you 5 breaths. Digu scratched his forehead and chuckled. 5 breaths? It's very challenging, I'll try." Boom! A muffled sound burst out from the earth skeleton's body. Then, its figure changed greatly, turning into Yun Shang's original form with a monstrous aura. Bastards, go to hell! The wings on the back of its huge body flapped, and it seemed to have teleported over. It threw a punch at Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan. Because these 2 people were the weakest, he also knew to first crush the soft persimmons before gnawing on the hard bones. The 2 of them were shocked. They clenched their fists and pulled out their swords, ready to meet the attack. However, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. The momentum of the fist alone was enough to force them to retreat. Suddenly, a ray of sword light streaked across the sky, drawing a white-hot trace and cutting off the pressure in the air. Only then did Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian feel their bodies relax. They hurriedly executed their movement techniques and retreated. "What?" Digu was stunned for a moment, and he turned around in disbelief. Yunxiao stood with his sword in hand and said with a smile, "What were you 2 talking about? I didn't quite understand." Come, let's play." Digu's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Since you want to die, I'll kill you first." With a flap of its wings, its entire body rushed forward, causing the space to burst. That powerful momentum was like a meteorite falling to the ground. Xianxia put away his sword, got into a fighting stance, clenched his fist, and threw out a Vajra fist. What? Many people were shocked, and Runhai's heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that these people were thinking of using the Yunxing clan to temper their bodies, he was still taken aback when he saw Xianxia put away the terrifying sword and fight the enemy with his fist. How arrogant! Die! Digu was exceptionally furious, and with a loud roar, he increased the might of his fist. Boom! The two men's fists collided, and Xianxia was sent flying while coughing out a mouthful of blood. His body was covered in golden light. From time to time, demonic patterns would flash, but they were washed away by a water-like moonlight. Blood burst out of his fist bones, but they recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Digu's pupils constricted, his heart filled with shock. He had thought that his punch should have taken his opponent's life, but it had only caused a simple injury. Moreover, when he withdrew his hand, he felt the bones in his fist also hurt. Again! A series of loud laughter rang out in the air as Xianxia appeared in front of him in an instant and threw a fierce punch. The golden fist was like a clay pot, and there were still blood stains on it. Die! The earth skeleton let out a loud roar, and his hands instantly formed a seal and slapped out fiercely. His hand was in pain, so he wasn't so stupid as to fight head-on with the other party. Boom! Yunxiao's fist force did not touch the man's body, and it was bounced off the moment it hit the mark. The terrifying force hit him directly and sent him flying. Let's see if you'll die this time, Earthbone shouted angrily, its wings flapping as it chased after him. Li Yunxiao, I want to play too. Go. The guest shouted as countless formation lights surged from his body, dazzling his eyes. His divine body was known as the most powerful and peerless divine body, and when he saw that Yunxiao had surpassed him, he could not sit still any longer and rushed forward. Quafu chasing the sun. He put his hands together, and a divine body phenomenon appeared in the air and struck down. Damn it! The direction of the impact of the earth bone changed, and his body nimbly spun in the air, kicking the sky. Bang! The divine body phenomenon shattered instantly, and the minister spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was kicked into the endless sky like a cannon. This place was an independent space under the sea, and there were no white clouds. Haha, I'm feeling it. I'm still lacking a little. In the distance, Yunxiao stood up. He was covered in blood and had lost a lot of primordial qi, but his eyes were filled with excitement as he threw out another Vajra fist. Digu was shocked and furious. He had never seen a peak 9-stars martial emperor who could take such a beating. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he was filled with killing intent. He formed a seal with his hands and circles of red light appeared in his palms. Lingmu Di's pupils constricted. Li Yunxiao, this is a dangerous move, he said. Is it a bit dangerous? Yunxiao's eyes also lit up as he shouted. No need. Let me handle it. 3 different colors appeared on his body, mixing together chaotically. A violent power was constantly surging in his body. I'll take it with you. The voices of the guests came from the sky. As if they had sensed the surging frequency of Yunxiao's divine body, they resonated with it, and countless formation lights shot out of his body like meridians, as hot as the sun, and came crashing down. Boom! The 3 forces collided, and a huge shockwave spread out. In the distance, the North Sea Palace was also half destroyed by the impact. 2 streams of blood sprayed into the sky as Yunxiao and the guests were thrown back and fell to the ground far away. The light on their bodies was circulating rapidly, making them look extremely irritable. The shock in Digu's heart was indescribable. Under his shock, he even felt a fear that he had not felt for hundreds of years. These 2 can't live anymore. This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. His figure flashed, and he was about to make up for it and kill the 2 of them. It should be about time. Let's make our move. Lingmu Di said slowly, then raised his foot and took a step forward to stand in front of Yunxiao to protect him. Then he performed an incantation gesture with one hand and threw a palm strike. Die! Digu's expression darkened, and he shouted angrily, Die together! His 5 fingers closed like a knife and instantly cut open the seal of the Lingmu flute, directly cutting the head of the Lingmu flute. Bang! Digu felt that all his fingers were broken and in great pain, but Lingmu Di seemed to be fine. He just frowned and said coldly, "You dare to hit this lord's head?" A silver sword appeared in his hand, and he directly stabbed down. Digu couldn't care about the pain in his palm, and suddenly kicked, his sharp nails like hooks grabbing the silver sword. However, the sword suddenly softened and turned into a long whip that wrapped around his legs and finally tied his entire body. Tiny silver runes flowed on the whip like a tide. The silver whip became extremely thin, and it kept digging into the earth skeleton's skin and flesh, causing blood to ooze out. "What is this whip? Shatter!" The earth skeleton was greatly shocked and roared in anger. Terrifying energy shot out from its body, trying to shatter the whip. However, it only shook up countless silver symbols. The whip was still firmly held, and it had no effect. However, Lingmu Di's expression changed slightly. The reverse soul whip was connected to his mind. Although it could not be shattered by the other party, under the strong resistance of the earth bones, the power reflected on his mind, which was 100 times more severe than directly attacking his body. He formed a seal with one hand and the reverse soul whip flew back into his hand like a snake and turned into a silver sword. The earth bone's body was covered in circles of red strangulation marks, which looked extremely ridiculous. He lowered his head to take a look and felt extremely humiliated. White smoke instantly rose from his body, and his originally red body became even more bright red. "He's going crazy," Lingmu Di said warily. "Let's suppress him together." At this moment, Yunxiao and the guests were in extremely bad condition. The light on their bodies flickered irregularly, and a lot of blood and crushed internal organs were coming out of their mouths. Xiaohuang Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan joined forces to set up a barrier in front of them. The rest of the people instantly surrounded the earth bone and didn't make a move, as if they were waiting for him to go berserk. Hua Shi, who was far away, was getting more and more scared as he was completely suppressed by Cheiyu. He would also peek at the situation from time to time, and every time he did, his heart would be in his mouth. "Earthbone, you woo-woo." When he saw the current state of the earth skeleton, he cried out in shock. This was because Berserk was the Cloud Life Tribe's most powerful mystical power and also their final trump card. Ordinary clansmen would not dare to use this move unless it was a matter of life and death, because they would lose all their intelligence when they went berserk. Even after killing the enemy, they might not be able to recover. As long as there was a chance of survival, they would not try it. Even at their level of strength, they could not guarantee that they could recover after going berserk. The longer they went berserk, the lower the possibility of recovery. Once the recovery failed, then they would never be able to find their spiritual intelligence and become a ferocious beast that would not recognize their own family. Hua Shi was still bitterly waiting for the earth bone to help him in 9 breaths' time, but he didn't expect such an outcome. He was momentarily at a loss, not knowing what to do. Cheiyu was also observing the situation here. He did not push too hard because it was almost impossible to kill someone of the same cultivation level. If the other party was determined to escape, they would not be able to stop him unless everyone attacked him together. As Hua Shi was not in the mood to fight, he was also fighting while watching. The two of them were focused on the earthbone. Baiming Nen said, "It's indeed berserk. His power has multiplied. But is he confident in recovering?" Back then, Darren was the one who helped him recover his consciousness at the important place. Lingmu Di said, "Maybe it's because of his blind arrogance that he can't accept the setback in front of him. That's why he went berserk. There's nothing to pity." The people of the North Sea were all dizzy. Under this terrifying aura, they were all worried for these people, and these people began to sympathize with the earth skeleton. Hua Shi was also speechless, but a bad feeling spread in her heart. Why not? Chun Yu frowned. Since this person is so powerful after going berserk, why not kill him now? The breath in his body is very chaotic now, Lingmu Di said. If he is attacked, I'm afraid he will instantly counterattack with an overwhelming force. It's safer after the berserk is over. No one could understand these things, but Huaxi was frightened when she heard them. She couldn't help but look at Mu Lingyudi a few times. The more she looked at him, the more unfathomable she felt. I see, Chen Yuyu said, suddenly enlightened. Then let's wait quietly. No need to wait, said Baimangnan. I'll use my poison to soak him in a bubble first. He'll die naturally later. Everyone, naturally dead? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was it that simple? Beifeng Nan had already made his move. He formed a strange seal in front of him, and immediately, circles of green patterns appeared on his body. He then raised his hand, and a green light appeared in the air. It was as round as a mirror, and there seemed to be a spirit creature swimming within it. The green light spun slowly, lowering continuously. Finally, like a layer of water film, it wrapped around the Earthbone and slowly stuck to his skin. Earthbone's body seemed to tremble slightly, but it did not have much of a reaction. Everyone's eyes widened. That green color started to spread on Digu's skin, forming countless poisonous spots. The process of the Yunxing tribe entering the berserk state is a little slow, but their own counterattack divine ability is extremely strong, so it's still very safe, said Baimangnan. Roar! Just as he finished speaking, the Earthbone finally reacted. A heaven-shaking roar came from the violent body. His entire body had become bright red like fresh blood. But the strange thing was that the bright red was filled with poisonous spots, and they were still expanding. Even Huaxi was dumbstruck. Although he didn't think that the poison could hurt the earth skeleton, the color of the green spots was too bright. Furthermore, they were spreading through the skin of the earth skeleton and had even seeped in. As the Earthbone roared, a terrifying aura spread out. The expressions of Chun Qianyu and the others changed. Even with their cultivation, they were forced back several feet. In the distance, Xiaohuang Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan's expressions changed drastically. They almost knelt down on the spot after hearing this roar. Xiaohuang Haolian even let out a muffled groan as he felt a sweetness in his throat. How is it? Mo Xiaochuan asked. Young Emperor Haolian snorted again and said, I can. No problem. That's good. Mo Xiaochuan took out his sword, held the hilt with both hands, and stabbed it into the ground. Instantly, a layer of sword light appeared, increasing the power of the barrier. Digu's entire body was filled with a berserk aura, and the 9 heavens Dolua hoop descended from the sky. At the same time, everyone attacked together, and a vast power shattered the space and came from all directions. Bang! The wings on the back of the earth skeleton suddenly flapped, and countless red lights rushed out, scattering all the attacks. The ground in the surrounding area directly sank a few feet, turning into a vacuum. The 9 heavens Dolua hoop also shattered in the air with a bang, turning into countless red lights and flying back to the heaven-patrolling bulldog's neck. They disappeared in a flash, leaving only a tiny mark. The terrifying aura caused their hearts to tremble. Huaxi was both surprised and happy. He was happy that the Earthbone was so violent that it could crush everything, but he was surprised that those people didn't run away under this terrifying power. There wasn't even a trace of panic in their eyes. This gave him a vague bad feeling. Senior, can you still fight? Su Lianyi was shocked. She was the weakest among the group, and she was terrified by the power of the Earthbone. It's good, said Beimang. This force is within our calculations. Lord Mu Di and I will be the main attackers. You and Chen Yuyu will surround him. Don't let him escape. At other times, help him if you can. What? Don't let him escape. The people of the North Sea were all dumbfounded. They were still guessing whether this group of people would run away. Why were they worried that the other party would run away? Ling Mu Di also nodded and said, after going berserk, he will lose his mind. He will be like a ferocious beast. If he can't win, he will naturally run. Everyone guard well. The silver whip in his hand was like a silver mace. It turned into a shadow in the air and struck down directly. Chun Yuyu and Su Lianyi immediately retreated, leaving the battlefield to Ling Mu Di and Baiming Nan. At the same time, they protected Xiaohuang Haolian and Mo Xiaochuan behind them. The two of them looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Bang! The shadow of the reverse soul whip struck the earth skeleton's body and dissipated. The earth skeleton let out a roar, and it seemed to be in pain. It rushed toward the Lingmu flute, and its wings spread open. A spatial force appeared, and the Lingmu flute was bound and pulled into the wings. Ha ha ha! Hua Shi suddenly laughed wildly and said, "The wings of my Yunxing clan all contain the power of divine arts. Although that person's body is like Vajra, it's difficult for him to resist the corrosion of divine arts. He'll definitely be sucked dry of his flesh and blood and die." As soon as he finished speaking, a circle of silver light appeared on the wings that the earth skeleton was hugging, and a talisman flickered on them. Following which, a beam of silver light appeared beneath Earth Skeleton's feet and turned into a huge formation. Earth Skeleton's body trembled violently as countless silver rays shot up into the sky. It slowly spread its tightly folded wings, and a scene that left Hua Shi dumbstruck appeared. Not only was Lingmu Di fine, but he also held the reverse soul whip horizontally in front of him and pointed to the sky with one hand. The light of countless silver runes shone on his body that was made of divine steel. It flickered like the shadow of a lamp, solemn and dignified. On the contrary, Di Gu's body was trembling violently, as if he was in great pain. His tough body was being torn apart by the silver light and gradually became a bloody mess. This Tao Wu, it's impossible, it's impossible. Hua Shi cried out in fear. He was already quite frightened. In his subconsciousness, the violent Yunxing tribe should be invincible, but the scene in front of him had a huge impact on him. "I don't believe it. I don't believe in Ing Luo." He roared madly, and his eyes turned scarlet. He seemed to be going berserk. Che Yu's pupils shrunk, and he slashed out a dragon domain with his Shumi sword. He didn't want Hua Shi to go berserk as well. The aura on Di Gu's body was already terrifying enough, and he was probably at the peak of divine transcendence, not far from the peak. The reason why he was easily restrained by the Lingmu flute was that the poison of the Seven Illusions green damask had already penetrated deep into the blood of the earth bones and had begun to corrode its functions. The Lingmu flute also had an undying body, otherwise it would have died just now. Moreover, Lingmu Di seemed to understand the Yunxing clan quite well, while the earth skeleton had lost its mind. The huge gap in intelligence was difficult to cross. Watching helplessly as the earth skeleton's body was torn apart by the silver light, turning into a bloody mess, Hua Shi could no longer remain calm and let out a long howl under Che Yu's barrage of attacks. A shrill and strange sound pierced through the air and resounded in the sky above the palace of North Sea. The earth bone trembled violently under the piercing sound, and its body slowly turned. A violent aura passed through the silver light, and a layer of red light surged around its body, gradually blocking the silver light. "Not good. Be careful," Lingmu Di exclaimed. Boom! Di Gu's eyes shot out a vicious aura. His wings flapped and slapped on Lingmu Di's body, sending him flying like a cannonball, flying several hundred zhang away. Swish! As the silver array's restraint was gone, the earth skeleton's figure flickered, and a red beam of light rushed at Yunxiao at an extremely fast speed. It still maintained the will it had before going berserk, determined to kill Yunxiao and his guests and wash away its humiliation. "Not good," Chen Yuyu shouted in surprise. Fortunately, he and Su Liani were prepared and had been waiting for him. One of them slashed out with a sharp sword, which turned into countless sword shadows. The other person made a hand seal, and a precious flower fell from the sky and slapped out from the palm of his hand. Bang! However, under the collision of the red light, the sword shadow dissipated and the precious flower was shattered. The two of them received a huge impact and were instantly sent flying. How can he be so strong? The two of them were in disbelief. Seeing that Lingmu Di was toying with this thing, they thought to themselves that they could at least fight for dozens of rounds if they joined forces. However, they did not expect to be seriously injured and sent flying with just one move. As soon as Chen Yuyu and Su Liani were defeated, Haoyan Xiaohuang and Mo Xiaochuan immediately felt a terrifying aura blowing in their faces. Just the pressure alone made them tremble. The Tiangang demon-slaying sword was also stabbed into the ground and kept on trembling. Squeak! Suddenly, the chirping of countless insects came from the sky, and an overwhelming number of corpse beetles flew over. Like a heavy downpour, they instantly fell on Digu's body. Looking closely, those corpse puppets were all trying their best to burrow into the earth skeleton's body. This terrifying scene made one's hair stand on end, and a chill ran through their entire body. At the same time, the heaven-patrolling bulldog stomped its front foot and spread out a green net, which spread to the bottom of the earth skeleton's foot and climbed up along his body, wrapping him up. Roar! Angry roars and violent sounds continued to ring out. The corpse beetles were shaken off in large batches, and the green net under the heaven-patrolling bulldog's feet was also unstable, as if it would shatter at any moment. Boom! Finally, the red light continued to burst out from the inside, and all the corpse puppets were sent flying. They flashed in the air and then turned into a sword, floating in the sky. Stop him! Beifeng Nan instantly appeared beside the sword and grabbed it. He began to perform hand seals with his fingers, and a wave of sword intent spread out. Eternal sword control. Countless sword shadows condensed and turned into 36 sword shadows around him. Countless sword talismans flew around and instantly pressed down. Beiming Nan was also a peerless swordsman. After seeing Yunxiao's million sword illustration, he had thought of some ways to transform it, and he had integrated it into his sword. The million sword illustration was an unrivaled treasure of Xianxia Palace. It contained the Taoist magic of heaven and earth, and it was a realm where 10,000 swords were won. Back then, Chu Hongyan took it for Gu Feiyang to study, hoping to help him further improve his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, her wish was not fulfilled. Chi chi chi. The countless sword shadows instantly pierced into the earth skeleton's body, cutting open his skin and flesh. A large amount of green blood flowed out, showing how deep the green poison was. It had already penetrated deep into his bones and blood. Even if he didn't fight, the earth skeleton wouldn't be able to live for long. The heaven-patrolling bulldog also ran over in large strides and directly used the two horns on its head to block. Bang! The earth skeleton raised its wings and blocked in front of it like a shield, blocking the force of the heaven-patrolling bulldog's impact. Another piece of flesh exploded. Ah! Roar! Human and beast roars were mixed together, and it was hard to tell if it was a human or a beast in front of him. Bang! The earth bone flapped and sent the heaven-patrolling bulldog flying. It broke through the sword formation again, its eyes filled with determination and ferocity. Even if he had to die, he had to kill those two. Clang! 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 Mo Xiaochuan's sword continued to slide upward from the impact. Cold sweat poured down their foreheads like rain, but they were also unafraid of death. If you want to kill my master, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Xiaohuang Haolian was also determined. His trembling body suddenly stabilized, and his dantian slowly lit up. He was actually going to self-destruct. Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder and said, "Idiot, if you can't beat him, then you'll fight to the death. This is the stupidest way." Both of them were taken aback. They hurriedly turned their heads and saw Yunxiao's body flickering with 3 colored lights, which were as soft as water and flowing on his skin. A golden body-refining light, a dark light of devil essence, and a transparent white glazed light. The 3-colored light represented 3 different types of power. They had already sorted out each other and were clearly separated. However, Yunxiao's body did not look injured at all. It was as smooth as jade and as transparent as glazed glass. Mo Xiaochuan and Xiaohuang Haolian were both surprised and overjoyed. They carefully condensed their primordial energy into their eyes, but they could not see Yunxiao's face clearly. "Master, your injuries are bad." "Yes, I've recovered." "Let's go," Yunxiao said softly as he walked past the two. Not far away, the guests were still vomiting blood, and the light on their bodies was still in a mess. They tried to support their bodies, their eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. The 7th sect of the Tao Wu. Roar! The earth skeleton's red eyes suddenly contracted, and an extremely unwilling sound came from its throat. Its wings were like blades as it slashed down. He had used up almost all of his energy, and all of his hatred and anger had melted into it. "Thank you." Xianxia smiled at him, and demonic runes surged up from his body. The dark and strange demonic runes did not seem to be on his skin, but instead turned into a light that flickered around him. He clenched his fist, and a burning force emanated from his palm. Sword talismans appeared around his fist, and there were even faint sword shadows circling his arm. "Thank you for sparring with me. In return, I'll use this demonic sword to send you to the other side." The transparent sword body was like the moon, emitting a scorching light like the sun. Countless white lotus flowers bloomed on the sword. Sword death slashing red, green lotus sword song. He swept his sword across, and 7 white lotuses bloomed on the sword, turning into a colorful sword chi. It was like the spring light returning to the earth, and hundreds of flowers competing for beauty. The earth skeleton's wings slashed down, and the terrifying red light was instantly blocked. 2 forces exploded in the air. Boom! The power of red and white shot out in all directions, but soon the red light was devoured by the white flame of sword chi. The whole space began to shatter, and the first to bear the brunt were Xianxia and the earth skeleton, who were swallowed by the shock. The guests in the distance were already seriously injured. Under the impact, they felt as if their bodies were about to explode. The chaotic formation light became even more chaotic. Just as he was complaining incessantly, a faint light suddenly appeared in the aftermath of the impact. A majestic figure stood quietly in front of him. Even under such a terrifying power, he still looked calm. Li Yunxiao. Bin Chen's heart skipped a beat. His divine body seemed to have sensed something. All the apertures in his body seemed to have opened up and started to jump along with the feeling. He was overjoyed. This was the sign of a breakthrough. Eh? Yunxiao seemed to have sensed something as well. He turned around and gave the guests a look. He immediately understood what was going on, so he smiled and gave them a thumbs up. The guests' eyes were filled with gratitude as he raised his 2 hands and gave a thumbs up. The golden formation light on his body continued to dissipate, but endless power surged out of his limbs and bones, constantly washing his body. A ball of faint light gradually condensed at the 7th door. The aftershock of the impact gradually dissipated. Hua Shi and the people of the North Sea were all dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. The flesh on Digu's body was like willow catkins, falling off bit by bit. They danced in the wind and scattered with the wind. Slowly, they turned into a white skeleton that stood on the ground. The 7 illusion green damask's poison was too deep and had already seeped into his bone marrow. There was no turning back. Hua Shi took in a few cold breaths and shivered all over. A fear that she had never felt in hundreds of years spread in her heart. He wasn't afraid of death. With his and Digu's age, they didn't have many years to live. He was just afraid, feeling a deep fear. Swish! He made a prompt decision. Hua Shi immediately used her escape technique and was about to soar into the sky. "TSK, you think you can still leave?" Yu sneered and formed his true dragon avatar. His powerful dragon aura was vast as he slashed down. 1,000-fold peak. The sword transformed into the power of 100,000 mountains, as if the entire mountain range was being moved horizontally. At the same time, the dragon realm opened up and locked the space in all directions. Yunxiao and his guests had successfully broken through, so he had no more worries. Therefore, he planned to use all his strength to kill Hua Shi. "Let him go." Yunxiao's voice suddenly came. "Why?" Yu was confused. This person's strength is extraordinary. If he leaves, it will bring endless trouble. The rest of the people were also puzzled, and they all looked at Yunxiao. At this moment, his body was like colored glass and was shrouded in a dense qi, as if his true appearance could not be seen. The glass-like light gradually dispersed, revealing a valiant and handsome figure. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, there was no fluctuation of primordial energy in Yunxiao's body. It was completely converged, and even as peak martial artists, they could no longer see through his cultivation base. Above the peak of martial arts, a term that made people burn resounded in everyone's heart. Divine transcendence. Little Li, you've reached divine transcendence? Che Yu was also slightly surprised. Yun Xiao shook his head. No, I just reached the peak of martial arts not long ago. How can I break through so quickly? I need a lot of primordial energy to accumulate. Che Yu said, then how is your current state? The power of the 7 gates of the divine body is enough to tear the world apart and travel through the void. Bei Mangnin said. Just the strength of his body alone can contend against divine transcendence. That's right, Ling Mudi said with a smile. Body cultivation is very difficult. But if you can open the 8 gates and achieve the immortal body, you will be invincible in the sky where the peak of perfection is the limit. Invincible! Everyone's heart trembled violently. Since ancient times, who dared to say that they were invincible in the world? Who could bear the word? Haha! Look at how you've all been frightened. Was it possible to be invincible? You've all seen the power of a demon lord. Even if one's body is sanctified, it's impossible for them to withstand the power of a 6 paths demonic weapon. Yun Xiao smiled in embarrassment and did not take it seriously. An image appeared in his heart. In his mind, a sentence that he had heard in the Red Moon City echoed in his ears. Enemy of 1,000, enemy of 10,000. Since ancient times, he has been invincible. Ling Mudi nodded. It's true. But the Devil Master is not from this world. He's an exception. He can't be measured. Not a person of this world? Everyone was taken aback, and their faces were filled with shock. They didn't understand what he meant. However, Ling Mudi did not explain much. He just smiled and said nothing. Che Yu seemed to have understood something. He came back to his senses and said, Is Huaxi really going to let him go? Huaxi's heart trembled. Even he himself couldn't believe that the other party would let him go. He thought that there must be some other conspiracy. Let him go, Yun Xiao said. Killing him is meaningless. As for him or the Yunxing clan, there's no need to be afraid of them, so why bother with these minions? Minions! He was probably the only one in the world who could call the snake transformation and the Yunxing clan minions. The members of the North Sea tribe were dumbfounded and petrified. Haha! I like this kind of heart and confidence. Ling Mudi laughed out loud, which was a rare sight. He waved his hand and said, Let this minion go. Although Yun Xiao's realm was still a step away, his strength had already reached the divine transcendence, and he had recovered a lot of his former arrogance. Moreover, through his contact with Ling Mudi and the others, his vision and heart of martial arts had improved. The Yunxing clan was not even his cup of tea. Everyone fell silent. With their current strength, they could even fight against the Tiandi alliance of the hidden sects. No matter how strong the Yunxing clan was, it was impossible for them to be stronger than the Tiandi alliance. All right, get lost, minion, Che Yu shouted as he kept his dragon sword. The dragon realm seal was released. Huaxi felt a great sense of humiliation. Her whole body trembled, her hands clenched tightly, and she stood in the air with a pale face. Huh? Che Yu frowned. You're not leaving? You want to stay and die? Huaxi's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip down. She gritted her teeth and said, You will regret this. After saying that, as if afraid that everyone would go back on their words, he hurriedly turned into a ray of light and left, not even caring about the skeleton of the earth bone. Che Yu laughed coldly. See that? Letting him go means trouble. These people are brainless. They won't remember until their entire clan is exterminated. There is no eternal power in the world, Yun Xiao said. If they don't know what's good for them, the wheel of history will crush them. The members of the North Sea clan were all terrified when they heard this, and cold sweat covered their bodies. Aruo Long and Aruo Zong were so scared that they didn't dare to speak. When they thought about how they had used the killing array and the golden flag to fight against this person, they were so scared that they almost cried. At this moment, the bodies of the guests and ministers had completely recovered, and a dense golden light covered their bodies. It was different from Yun Xiao's phenomenon, but it was just as daunting. Hugh! The guest heaved a long sigh of relief and clenched his fists. Suddenly, 2 golden nebulas appeared between his palms. A powerful and vast force spread out, suppressing the people in the surroundings to the point that they could not breathe, and they all retreated. Ha ha! Power, what a powerful power! The guest laughed out loud, his burly body shimmering with golden light, as if a god had descended. Now that you've fully recovered, you'll have the same strength as you did in my previous life. Where are we going now? Yu asked. Xianxia nodded and said, the strength I have now is indeed comparable to that of my previous life, but as for the present. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he said coldly, I'm not going to let you go. Naturally, I'm going to the Heaven Alliance to get back at them. Ha ha ha. That's just what I want. Yu laughed loudly. He had an angry expression on his face. I'm really vexed about being attacked by the Heaven Alliance this time. I'll go and kill them all now. He made a killing gesture with his hand. The people of the North Sea were also shocked and nervous. They were considered accomplices of the Sky Alliance, but they did not know what these people were thinking. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, I wonder how Xiaohong is doing now. I pierced his chest with my sword, and then he was sucked in by the power of the Six Paths demonic weapon. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for him to recover, but it'll be extremely difficult to find him. Yes, Yu said. Then Xiaohong can wait for him to appear. With our current strength, we can all rush up and fight him. It doesn't matter if he is Xiaohong or Di Yi. Before that, let's have a heart-to-heart talk with Corpse Fiend Sect and Jade Drop Sect. That's right, Xianxia said. But we've all been injured and consumed a lot of our yuan qi after coming to the Palace of North Sea. As the owner of this place, shouldn't Sir Run Hai think of a way to let everyone recover some vitality? When Run Hai heard this, how could he not understand that this was extortion? However, even if it was extortion, he had to smile and let them knock him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be extortion, but knocking on his head and knocking on his life. Of course, I want it, I definitely want it. He chuckled and hurriedly ordered his men to collect all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which were then piled up in front of the palace like a mountain. There were 9 piles in total, and Xianxia and the others could choose from them. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light flew down and collected all the things. We still have important matters to attend to, so we don't have time to carefully choose. We'll return the extra to you when we have time in the future. No need to return it. It's not anything good. It's just a little token of appreciation from me. It's rare that you all can come here, and it's an honor to the North Sea. Ruo Hai said hurriedly. He didn't want these fiends to come again. Besides, he didn't even dare to mention the Heaven Alliance now, but he knew that the other party knew about it, so he would just take it as a way to get rid of the disaster. All right, Xianxia said with a smile. Since you are so kind, we can't refuse you. We'll accept it. Everyone laughed with understanding. The people of the North Sea smiled apologetically, but cold sweat kept dripping down, and their smiles were extremely ugly. I have a deep relationship with the North Sea tribe. From now on, all my grudges are written off. By the time Xianxiao's voice came slowly, the group had already disappeared from the palace. Only then did Ruo Hai stop smiling awkwardly and heaved a heavy sigh of relief. However, her expression gradually turned grave as she looked at the skeletons standing in front of the palace gates and couldn't help but shiver. Ruo Long was worried. Big brother, what should we do now? The Yunxing clan will definitely vent their anger on us. Ruo Hai thought for a while and said, I'll bring people to personally escort this corpse back to the Yunxing clan. You go to the Ocean Emperor's palace and report this matter in detail to the Sea Emperor. If the Sea Emperor is willing to come forward, everything will be easier to handle. Ruo Long's face was filled with anger as she said, This matter has nothing to do with my North Sea, so the Yunxing family can't be too rude, right? Lord Poseidon won't just sit back and do nothing. I hope so, Ruo Hai sighed. I didn't expect Xianxia to have grown to such an extent. This man is someone we can't afford to offend in the future. He knew more than half of the story between Ruinxiang and Xianxia, and he had been looking for an opportunity to meet this man. But he did not expect to meet him by chance and get such a result. The people of the royal family all looked sad. The royal family could call the wind and rain on the 4 seas. No one dared to disobey their call. However, in front of these true peerless powerhouses, they were no different from ordinary people. After Xianxia and the others left the North Sea, they boarded the ninth-grade warship and flew between the sea and the sky, teleporting thousands of miles. In the Divine Realm Tablet, there was a land with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright, and it was evergreen. The stream murmured, and the spiritual energy turned into mist that permeated the earth, making people feel refreshed. A palace appeared out of thin air in this spiritual mountain. It gathered all sorts of elements from all directions and was constructed in the air before landing on this beautiful land. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Although his physical body had only stepped into the divine transcendence realm, his understanding of the great realm divine technique had become much more exquisite. Since the Ocean Emperor Polong had talked about the Maha-Ancient Scripture, the Great Realm Divine Technique was one of the 4 scriptures closest to the Maha-Ancient Scripture, and the Divine Realm Tablet was an innate heavenly saint tool when the heavenly martial realm was born. Even the powerful demon masters could only communicate with the 6 Paths demonic weapon and extract its power. It was the same for the Divine Realm Tablet. There was no way to control it. The so-called Divine Realm Technique was not the tablet technique of the Divine Realm Tablet. It was just that the Almighties used the power of the Divine Realm Technique to control the Divine Realm Tablet, so it was named Divine Realm Technique. The Divine Realm Tablet had existed for a long time, while the Great Realm Divine Technique had been born in the long history, gathering the comprehension of countless experts toward the heavenly way. At this moment, Xianxia had mastered most of the divine incantation, which could instantly turn sand into a tower and turn nothing into something, but he was still puzzled by the power of the Divine Realm Tablet. If this thing also has an artifact spirit, how do we find it? How do we know if the artifact spirit is alive or dead? It's been lost for so many years. It's likely that it's dead. Xianxia thought maliciously. Then he turned around and appeared in the palace. The pavilions inside were well arranged and the corridors were winding. It was no different from the palaces outside. A beautiful figure came up to him. When she saw Xianxia, she could not help but tremble a little. But then she returned to normal and said, "Big brother Xianxia." It was Ding Ling who had been recuperating for many days. "You've lost weight," Xianxia said. Ding Ling's heart ached, and tears welled up in her eyes. She forced a smile and said, "Thank you for your concern, big brother Xianxia. I'm fine now." After all, she had been in charge of the Chamber of Commerce for many years and was extremely strong. She raised her hand to tuck her messy hair behind her ear and said, "Big brother Cloud Sky, you're here to see Sister Water Deity, right? Her current condition is very stable." Xianxia nodded. The two of them walked side by side, bypassing a winding corridor and coming to a side hall. Inside, a huge golden lotus was spinning. It was the lotus seat of Fa Hua, so you heard. On the lotus seat, the water fairy was sleeping peacefully on her side. Her right hand was under her head, and her eyes were slightly closed. She was extremely quiet. Xianxia observed her carefully and was quite surprised. Water Fairy's current state was almost one with Amitabha. The fluctuation and frequency of her primordial power were exactly the same, as if they were born together. The flowing light from Amitabha passed through the Water Fairy's body without any hindrance and swayed slightly on the lotus platform. It was like spring water and autumn waves, bringing peace to one's soul with every movement. Xianxia stared at the ripples, and gradually, he felt as if he had entered the void. Ding Ling said softly, "Big brother Xianxia, did you feel it too? This profound level weapon is exceptionally mystical. Today I have been taking care of little sister Water Deity. Under the fluctuations of this profound level weapon's frequency, my strength has also increased by leaps and bounds. It is hard to imagine. This lotus throne is a holy weapon of the 4 seas, and it is indeed very magical," Xianxia said. "No wonder you're about to break through to the martial supreme realm and only have one last layer left. Let me help you." "Big brother Xianxia is helping me? Don't you have to comprehend the heaven-earth law by yourself to break through to the 9 heavens martial sovereign realm?" Ding Ling was a little surprised. She had heard of some cultivation methods that could force people to be enlightened, but they were all evil arts that were extremely harmful to the foundation of martial arts. She immediately said, Linger hopes to break through her own efforts. I have nothing to rely on now, nothing to worry about, and can only place my feelings on martial arts, hoping to go further and further. Yunxiao's heart ached a little when he heard that. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, the method I'm using to help you isn't crooked. I'm just giving you some advice. Without your own comprehension and accumulation, it's useless no matter how much I guide you. You're an extremely intelligent girl, and if you can let go of the fetters in your heart, you'll definitely have great achievements on the path of martial Tao." Afraid that they would disturb water deity's self-recovery, the two of them quietly left the room and came to the top of a mountain. A huge waterfall fell from the opposite side, creating countless splashes. There was also a rush of spirit chi. Even if one was inside, they could feel their cultivation rising. Brother Yunxiao's saint weapon is getting more and more amazing, Ding Linger said with a smile. It's been barren at the beginning, but now it's full of vitality. Even those spiritual mountains, great rivers, and super sects can't compare to it. Yunxiao smiled wryly. Linger, you're blind. I'm just trying my best to gather the spirit energy in the entire steel in a few places for everyone to cultivate. The whole world is basically still barren, and there hasn't been much change. I wonder when it will truly become a world. At least it's getting better and better. Ding Linger comforted him. It will get better and better. The two of them stood side by side. The mountain breeze was slightly cold. They did not know when they had gradually come close to each other. They felt each other's body temperature and their hearts trembled. Ding Linger's cheeks blushed, and she hurriedly straightened her body and lowered her head shyly. I almost forgot what I'm here for, Yunxiao said hurriedly. Sit down. I'll help you break through that layer of window paper. Ding Linger gathered her thoughts and sat cross-legged. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yunxiao thought to himself, now that Ding Linger has no one to rely on, I have to cherish her more. After making up his mind, he cast aside all distracting thoughts and the dynasty bell slowly flew out of his palm. Dang! A clear sound rang out, and a clear sound wave spread from the peak of the mountain. Ding Linger's body trembled, and the yuan power in her body vibrated along with the frequency of the bell. The verdant mountain also swayed in the sound waves, and the sound of the waterfall gradually weakened. The whole world naturally became one with Ding Linger. Ding Linger felt that the barrier in front of her disappeared in an instant, and a smooth road to heaven spread infinitely under her feet. She had never felt so close to the heavenly Tao. Countless law runes fell from the sky and slowly fused into her body, but she was completely unaware. He was like a tree in the world, a weed, quietly growing over countless years. One flower, one world, one dynasty, one century. In the blink of an eye, Ding Linger seemed to have experienced a century. She slowly opened her eyes, and the warm emperor aura on her body shimmered. The confused look in her eyes gradually became clear. How long have I been through? The bell rang 3 times. That's a total of 9 breaths. 9 breaths. A golden millet dream. A vast sea that has turned into mulberry fields. Ding Linger's face was full of shock. Yunxiao smiled. You're in a very good state. You fit well with the changes of time. From what I can see, your foundation is even more stable than those who have been martial sovereigns for years. Her life has changed a lot, Ding Linger said with a bitter smile. It's indeed very suitable for such a change. Yunxiao immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing, so he said guiltily, I'm sorry. Ding Linger chuckled and looked at Yunxiao tenderly as she said, Big brother Yunxiao is right. You don't have to apologize. Unknowingly, the two of them were pressed together again. The sound of water and the faint fragrance made Yunxiao's heart skip a beat, and he could not help but pull her into his arms. Soft jade and fragrant. His hand fell along with her hair. The fragrance pouch was secretly untied, and the ribbon was gently separated. At this moment, the mountains were covered with clouds, and the sky was vast. The peak was covered by the sunset glow, and the green grass was clear. In the depths of the cold morning, one could see a red robe. Time passed by quietly. After a long time, a stream of light flew away from the mountain peak, escaping in a hurry and with embarrassment. Xiao was the only one left on the cliff. At this time, the mountain peak was lonely, with dewdrops and fragrant dust, and the night wind blowing. Under the bright light, he looked at the scarlet dots, which were as beautiful as peach flowers. Thinking back to how the two of them were entangled just now, it felt like a mist or a dream. Flowers are not flowers, fog is not fog. It comes like a spring dream, but it goes like the clouds, far away. Xiao also felt a little shy after that, so he flicked his sleeve and left the Divine Realm tablet. The 9th grade warship sped across the North Sea for more than 10 people and finally returned to the sea area where the Heaven Alliance had fought. At that time, the heavens and earth cracked, the sea water evaporated, and all the living beings in the sea area within thousands of miles were annihilated. Now, at a glance, it seemed to have returned to normal, but under the sweep of the spiritual sense of an expert, they could find that there was something different about this place, and that was the deathly silence. There was still no living creature within 100 miles. All the sea creatures that drifted over with the seawater had all died. Su Lianyi was shocked. There is a large amount of chaotic aura in this sea. The most serious ones are the devil chi and poison chi. I'm afraid that for many years, not a single blade of grass will grow, and neither will any fish or shrimp survive. At the peak of combat strength, it's common to move mountains and seas, Xiao said. Many changes in the landscape in the heavenly martial realm are caused by absolute combat strength. I'm only concerned about the whereabouts of the Bai Luo sect. Su Lianyi said, all kinds of auras are scattered and in disorder. There aren't even any living creatures in the vicinity. The ocean is vast. It's like trying to find a needle. Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's go to the Big Wheel Island, then. We should be able to find the location of the Jade Drop sect there. We can also ask about the current situation of the Corpse Fiend sect. The 9th Order warship immediately turned around and headed for Big Wheel Island. A few days later, the warship sailed into the waters of Big Wheel Island and was immediately monitored by several divine senses. Then, a figure flew over and shouted, "Who are you?" "You deal with them," Xiao said to Su Lianyi. "When everything is done, we'll meet on the island. I'll go first." "Yes," Su Lianyi hurriedly replied. Xiao's figure flickered and disappeared from the warship. The figure outside suddenly frowned, and his pupils contracted. He seemed to have sensed a fluctuation of essence force just now, as if a flash of green light had passed by, but he was not sure because it was a little unreal. He looked around in confusion but did not find anything strange. At this moment, a beautiful woman in palace clothes slowly flew down from the battleship and said with a smile, "I'm Su Lianyi, the pavilion master of the Heavenly One Pavilion on the Heavenly Martial Continent. I'm here on the Big Wheel Island for some business. I'd like to ask the master of the Natural Moat Cliff to make an exception for me. Keep the ship and follow me to register." The man nodded. Xiao teleported directly to the island, and in a few flashes, he appeared in the stronghold of the Blue Sky sect. It seemed a little deserted in front of the gate. He swept his divine senses across the stronghold and found that there were only 20 or 30 people inside, and the strongest one was only a 3-stars martial emperor. "Settle all the accounts for this month and call for a meeting tomorrow." "All right." The martial emperor waved his hand and said, "Go do your own things." In front of him stood 5 people who looked like housekeepers. They all nodded and bowed, leaving one after another, leaving only one person standing there motionless. "Manager Zhang, is there anything else?" the martial emperor asked. Manager Zhang looked left and right and said in a low voice, "My lord, since the Bai Luo sect doesn't want this place anymore, and there are still 2 years before the lease, why don't you sublet this place to have a look?" The martial emperor's eyes lit up as he said, "Transferring rent can indeed avoid waste, but the matter is urgent. Where can we find someone? Furthermore, if the sect finds out about this, even I will not be able to bear the consequences." Manager Zhang chuckled and said, "I have a nephew who runs a business between the Heavenly Martial Continent and the Great Will Island. I can sublease this stronghold to my nephew. The Jade Drop sect will be completely hidden anyway. They won't know about it. As for the Natural Mode Ocean, you just need to give me a document to transfer the rent, and my nephew will have a legitimate reason to do so. As for the price, my nephew is willing to pay 5 billion mid-grade primordial stones to rent the remaining time. The martial emperor's heart thumped, but he still sneered, 5 billion? Humph, Manager Zhang, I don't need you to do business like this. According to the normal price, it should be at least 30 billion. If it's 30 billion, my nephew would have gone to the natural moat ocean to rent it. Manager Zhang smiled. Humph. The martial emperor snorted coldly. That's not something that can be bought with 5 billion. It's at least 20 billion. Manager Zhang cursed in his heart and showed a difficult expression. He shook his head and said, AI, if that's the case, then this sublet is in vain. My nephew doesn't have that much money. Forget it. Forget it. He turned around and was about to leave. Hey, wait. Wait. The martial emperor hurriedly stopped him. The price can still be negotiated. You know that I'm in charge here now. Manager Zhang sneered in his heart. He knew that this man would return to buy Luo sect the next day. If he didn't sign the sublease, he wouldn't be able to get a single piece of primeval stone. Now that he had suddenly gained a few billion yuan, he must be overjoyed and couldn't control his joy. He was just insatiable and wanted to get every single piece of benefit. Seeing him stop, the martial emperor heaved a sigh of relief and said seriously, 5 billion is too little. You should at least add a little more. Then I'll go back and ask my nephew first. Manager Zhang smiled. Hey, don't. You know that I'll be leaving tomorrow. It'll be impossible for your nephew to rent it again. The martial emperor hurriedly stopped him. Manager Zhang said, then the price is too high. He felt a burst of pride in his heart. The other party was a martial artist who only knew how to cultivate. How could he be a match for these merchants when it came to negotiating prices? The martial emperor gritted his teeth and said, 5 billion is indeed too little. Manager Zhang, you can add a little more, however much you want. If I think it's okay, then it's a deal. Manager Zhang paced back and forth a few steps, muttering to himself. Then I'll add another 200 million. All right, 200 million it is. The martial emperor made his decision, and the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. They were both overjoyed. Manager Zhang hurriedly took out a storage bag and a document made of platinum. He placed it on the table and said, then, my lord, please press your fingerprint. What? The martial emperor was stunned for a moment and said, so you've already prepared for this. Sir, you're leaving tomorrow. Of course, we have to hurry, Manager Zhang said, smiling. The Force Emperor became infuriated as he knew that he had suffered a loss. However, after thinking about it for a short while, he realized that it was also an unexpected fortune. Therefore, he pressed his fingerprint on it straightforwardly. A layer of blood-red light surged on the golden foil, which then condensed into a symbol. With a flash, the transaction was completed. Manager Zhang happily kept the golden foil document and said with a smile, it's getting late. Lord, please rest early. I will take my leave. The martial emperor counted the vitality stones and was extremely excited. He waved his hand and said, go down, go down. I also want to rest. After Manager Zhang left, the martial emperor couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The laughter suddenly stopped. He saw that a figure had appeared in the room at some point in time. He was sitting upright in front of him and drinking tea with an indifferent expression, as if he had not heard him. The martial emperor was taken aback. He immediately knew that an expert had come, and he must have seen what had happened just now. He couldn't help but feel a little scared and said in a trembling voice, you? Who are you? The person in front of him was very young, so young that he felt that he shouldn't be an expert. Where's Yin Hui? The man's first sentence almost made him kneel in fear. After trembling a few times, he steadied his body and said, you're looking for the sovereign? I'm really sorry, this one's position is too low. How could I know about Lord Sect Master's whereabouts? The man was Yunxiao. He nodded and said, where is the Blue Sky Sect? You wait for me. This Bayan. The martial emperor quickly said, we must have the teleportation coordinates to go there. However, the sect has already used a great divine ability to hide the coordinates from the sea a few days ago. No one can find it now. The original coordinates from before have all become invalid. Yuanxiao frowned, and a cold light shot out of his eyes as he said, "You mean, no one can find the Azure Heaven sect now?" The martial emperor felt as if his soul had fallen into a bottomless abyss under his gaze. He was so frightened that he knelt down on the spot and cried, I don't know. A nobody like me can't find it. Besides, I can't go back to the sect anymore. A few days ago, the higher-ups gave me a sum of metastones and told me to go to the heavenly martial continent to develop a small branch. Yuanxiao could naturally tell that he was not lying, and his frown deepened. It seemed that Yin Hui was afraid that he would come back for revenge, so he hid the entire sect in advance. This was quite bold. If the Azure Heaven sect had completely disappeared, then Xiao Hong's condition was probably not good. Who knew when he would have to wait for Xiao Hong to appear again? What about Jing Qi? Jing? Ah, Lord Jing Qi. I don't know anything. Whoa, please don't kill me. I really don't know. Spare me, sir. I'm willing to offer all my primeval stones to you, Darren. The martial emperor was so frightened that tears and snot came out of his eyes and nose as he kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. He didn't dare to use his essence force to block, and very quickly, his forehead was injured, fresh blood flowing all over the ground. After kowtowing for a while, there was no movement. When he raised his head again, Yuanxiao was no longer there. Suddenly, Manager Zhang walked in from outside. When he saw the scene in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned and said, Your Excellency, what are you doing? Force Emperor said as he wiped off the cold sweat over his face. I accidentally fell. Why are you back? Manager Zhang was full of doubts, but he didn't ask. I just remembered something. Master asked us to find a spiritual mountain on the heavenly martial continent. My nephew said there's a good place. Oh, then hurry up and get it done for me. Force Emperor waved his hand. The joy in his heart had long disappeared due to fear, and he could still not get rid of the deep fear. He only felt that his whole body was soaked in sweat and sticky. He said, I'm really going to rest. Don't disturb me. After Yuanxiao left the Blue Sky Sect's stronghold, he received a message from Su Lianyi. The two of them quickly met. When Su Lianyi saw Yuanxiao's look, she could guess what was going on. The Jade Drop sect has escaped? I'm afraid he's completely hidden this time. Yuanxiao nodded. It'll be more difficult to find him. Su Lianyi said. If they were truly intent on hiding, it would indeed be hard to find them in the 4 seas. If he isn't, he'll reveal some clues sooner or later. That's the only way we can think about it, Yuanxiao said. Even Jing Qi's immovable forest was destroyed in the battle. I don't believe that he can endure it. Also, the eternal world is about to open soon. Can these two really endure it? Su Lianyi said, Just now, when I was registering at the Great Wheel Islands branch in the Natural Moat Cliff, I heard a piece of news. The hidden sects have already started to plan with the Wan clan to take back the Merchant Union. They saw that I was quite strong and wanted to recruit me, so they leaked some information. I wonder if young Master Yun is interested? Let Wan Yiqin worry about the Merchant Union for now, Yuanxiao said. If we can't take back the Merchant Union with the help of the hidden sects, then we'll be too useless. Although I also have the intention to deal with Ding Shan, there are more important matters, so I'll let Ding Shan go. Su Lianyi asked, More important things? I don't know what young Master Yun is referring to. Xinjin. Yuanxiao was about to answer when a man suddenly rushed over and came in front of the two men in a few steps. He saluted and said, Are you Lord Li Yuanxiao? Yuanxiao immediately knew the man's identity when he saw his clothes and the mark on his body. The Dragon's Tooth Villa is really a good place to have ears and eyes. I just arrived here for a moment, and I already found you. The man was overjoyed and said, It's indeed Lord Yuanxiao. I'm the messenger of Dragon's Tooth Villa. Greetings, Lord. I hope that your excellency can come to my villa for a gathering. The villa lord has been looking forward to this for many days. Afraid that Yuanxiao would not go, he added, In order to wait for your excellency, Our entire manners intelligence team has been mobilized. We've been searching everywhere for 24 hours a day. Only then can we know where your excellency is. I don't know Zhu Tianhan at all, Xianxia said with a frown. Why is he looking for me? Are you trying to cut me down? The man was shocked. He smiled bitterly. My lord, you really know how to joke. The manor master is sincerely inviting me. I hope Lord Xianxia can go for a while. All right, Xianxia said. In that case, I'll go with you to see what Zhu Tianhan is up to. With his current strength, he could go anywhere he wanted in the world. The man was overjoyed. Finding and bringing Xianxia back would be a great merit. He hurriedly led the way in front of them, fearing that the two would go back on their words and run away. Xianxia also wanted to go to Dragon's Tooth Villa to find out about Wu Deshang, or he would not have the time to talk to Zhu Tianhan. The two of them were quickly brought to the Dragon's Tooth Villa's encampment. The person in charge of this place personally came out to welcome them and informed them at the first moment. Soon, they arrived at the teleportation formation, and several hours later, they arrived on a massive island. The entire island was like a tall mountain. Looking down from the top, one could see that the mountain was filled with buildings. It looked like the long family of the Heavenly Ridge, but not as towering as the Heavenly Ridge. Isn't the Dragon's Tooth Villa said to be built on a huge dragon's tooth? This island is very ordinary. The person in charge also personally came to send him off. He smiled and said, How could there be such a big dragon's tooth in the world? There is indeed a dragon's tooth, and it is said to be the tooth of a true dragon. I don't know if it is true or not, but it is the treasure of my manor. True dragon's tooth? Xianxia was taken aback. If it was really the tooth of a true dragon, it was not as simple as a dragon's secret treasure. The so-called dragon's secret treasure was only the remains of the dragon clan in the 10 Directions divine realm, while the remains of a true dragon were not on the same level. Cheiyu's voice sounded and he said excitedly, Quickly go and take a look at that dragon tooth. If it really belongs to a true dragon, then snatch it. Be more civilized, Xianxia said with a voice transmission. We're all civilized people who have read books. Don't always use the word snatch. We can borrow. Yes, borrow, it's borrow. If it's really the tooth of a true dragon, then I'll borrow it for 100 years, Cheiyu-chan howled. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck and he needed a chance to break through. He had thought that the secret treasure of the true dragon would be in the dragon field, but it was only a storage space. He was greatly disappointed. Let's wait and see, Xianxia said. The villa may not be so easy to talk to. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice rang out. Ha! Young Master Xianxia, you're making me want to die. A sharp beam of light came through the air and stopped in the sky, then gradually turned into Zhu Tianhan's figure. He flew down and gave Xianxia a big hug. Xianxia was a little baffled. He dodged to the side and reached out to stop him, saying, Darren's enthusiasm is really a bit scary. It's better to explain clearly first. Although Zhu Tianhan's face was full of smiles, one could tell that he was extremely worried. He said bitterly, Young Master Xianxia, you're a straightforward man. I'll get straight to the point then. However, this is not the place to talk. Follow me back to the manor. Without saying a word, he took Xianxia and Su Lianyi's hands and turned into a stream of light, leaving. At the very top of the island, there was a resplendent palace that seemed to be hidden in the clouds. Zhu Tianhan had already ordered people to set up a banquet and bring out all sorts of bejeweled nectar spirit fruits. He sat alone at the head of the table and did not make a toast. Instead, he poured himself a cup of wine and drank several cups, sighing continuously. Xianxia and Su Lianyi sat at the lower seats, accompanied by the beautiful twin sisters on the right. The two looked anxious and haggard, and they did not say a word. The atmosphere in the hall was a little oppressive, and the soft sobs of the sisters could be faintly heard. Xianxia understood the situation at the first sight. He smiled and said, What's bothering you, my lord? Is it because of Wu Deshang? Zhu Tianhan's arm trembled, and he was unable to hold the wine cup in his hand, causing it to spill over onto the table. The two sisters also stopped crying. They looked up with red eyes. Zhu Tianhan hurriedly replied, That's right. That's right. Young Master Yunxiao was indeed a god. Do you know where Wu Deshang is now? Yunxiao thought to himself. You've made your 2 daughters come here crying. If I still can't guess it, do you think I'm normal? Wu Deshang is your son-in-law. Why are you asking about me? He asked, feigning surprise. Zhu Tianhan groaned and sighed. Did he leave or die? AI. Seeing my 2 beloved daughters wash their faces with tears every day. As a father, my heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife. Woo-woo. The 2 beauties sobbed again and covered their faces with their handkerchiefs. I hope that young Master Yunxiao can tell me everything that happened in the cloud formation that day without hiding anything, Zhu Tianhan said. Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, I didn't meet him in the formation that day. I even went to look for him at the time, but I didn't find any clues. In other words, he disappeared on his own not long after he entered the formation. Disappear on its own? Young Master Yunxiao, do you think he's dead or alive? Zhu Tianhan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he hurriedly asked. Yunxiao avoided the question, but said with a smile, So what if he's dead? So what if he's gone? Are you worried about your daughters? Naturally, Zhu Tianhan replied with a serious expression. He's the son-in-law of my dragon tooth villa. How can I not care about him? With his true dragon Dharmakaya, not many people could kill him in that environment, Yunxiao said honestly. In my opinion, he must have escaped. Did he escape? Zhu Tianhan muttered to himself, and his eyes flickered with uncertainty, as if something was weighing on his mind. The 2 daughters cried even louder. It seems like he doesn't like us sisters, the elder sister cried. Everything he said was fake. Liar, a big liar. The 2 sisters hugged each other and cried. Zhu Tianhan was getting impatient, and he slammed his hand on the table as he shouted, What are you crying for? Stop crying. I will definitely bring him back to you. May I know what relationship Wu Deshang has with young Master Yunxiao? Why did he impersonate you? Zhu Tianhan asked. I'd like to know about it too, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. It's strange to say it. He immediately recounted what had happened in Yongxiang City all those years ago. Zhu Tianhan's face turned blank when he heard this, and he said in a daze, It's that simple. Yunxiao nodded. It's that simple. Does my lord know nothing about him? He asked. If that's the case, why would he marry his 2 beloved daughters to him? This young master really can't believe it. He had a suspicious look on his face. Zhu Tianhan fell silent, his face filled with worry, and he was definitely not as powerful as he is now in Yongxiang City that day. Yunxiao continued. His current strength should have risen during this period of time. Especially that true dragon Dharmakaya. It's said that it's impossible to cultivate it unless you're a descendant of a dragon. But he actually has 2. Zhu Tianhan seemed to have made up his mind and said, Since young master also knows about the true dragon Dharmakaya, then there's nothing to hide. Young master, please follow me. He immediately stood up and left the main hall with the 2 of them. After walking for an hour in the manor and passing through dozens of corridors, they finally arrived at a secret room. It was very spacious inside, and both Yunxiao and Su Liani were startled as soon as they entered. What came into view was a huge statue of a true dragon that stretched for several miles. It was very lifelike, and although it was fake, its aura was still pressing forward. Yunxiao was taken aback, but then he smiled and said, I didn't expect you to have such an interest in building such a magnificent dragon body. Zhu Tianhan looked at the dragon for a moment before saying, You think I did this? Did the ancestors of Dragon's Tooth Villa leave it behind? Yunxiao asked. You can say that, but it's not entirely correct. This dragon's body was indeed left behind from a long time ago, but it was not created by man, but by the will of heaven and earth. The will of heaven and earth. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he seemed to think of something. A true dragon that failed to form? That's impossible. That's impossible. Why is it impossible? Zhu Tianhan asked. A true dragon was formed from the essence of heaven and earth, but only one true dragon could exist in each era. The ancient true dragon had fallen countless years ago, so what was strange about the heaven and earth giving birth to a dragon again? Otherwise, Where would there be dragon crystals in this world? A dragon crystal was a supreme treasure that contained dragon power after the heavens and earth failed to give birth to a true dragon. Xianxia closed his eyes slightly to feel the power of the dragon's breath. Then he opened his eyes, and his lunar pupils appeared as he looked through them. He saw that the dragon's body had all its limbs, bones, meridians, and everything. It was indeed impossible for it to be man-made. But, Ingluo, why is this dragon breath so weak? If he really failed to transform into a dragon, this is a land of wealth, he said with emotion. Zhu Tianhan laughed bitterly. There are many stages to dragonize. Only when you fail at the deeper stages will the dragon crystal appear. This dragon should have failed a long time ago. That's a rare thing, Xianxia said. It's a rare thing. Zhu Tianhan replied. That's right. This dragon is the Eye of the Dragon's Tooth Villa. It is a spirit-gathering island. It continuously absorbs spiritual qi from all directions. Oh, Xianxia asked. Although the spiritual qi on this island is extremely strong, I didn't sense any fluctuations in formation power, nor did I see any signs of spirit gathering. Could it be that it leads to the bottom of the ocean, from the bottom to the top? Zhu Tianhan heaved a long sigh and said, Young Master Xianxia, do you see what's in the dragon's mouth? Xianxia had noticed it a long time ago. There was an offering board there with 4 small golden words written on it. White teeth, sun and moon. Could it be that the rumors are true? That the dragon's tooth villa really has a true dragon's tooth? His pupils contracted. That's right, Zhu Tianhan replied. Xianxia clenched his fists, and his emotions began to fluctuate. Cheyu laughed wildly and said, Ha ha! Quickly borrow it. It's a pity that the white teeth sun moon has been taken away by Wu Deshang, Zhu Tianhan said as he looked at him. Although Xianxia had guessed a little, he was still very surprised. Such a precious item. How could Darren be so at ease to give it to him? Zhu Tianhan sighed. To tell you the truth, the white teeth sun moon has been in the hands of the dragon's tooth villa for a long time. However, it has always been used as the eye of the formation to gather spiritual energy. I don't know how Wu Deshang was able to unleash the power of the true dragon from the white teeth, but he was able to display the true dragon avatar that young master had seen before. So, this is the origin of the true dragon avatar, Xianxia said in surprise. What secret does he have that he can completely control the body of a true dragon? That's exactly what I want to know, Zhu Tianhan said worriedly. In order to win this martial arts contest, I had him carry the white teeth sun moon with him, but he disappeared. This matter is too important. Other than my 2 daughters, no one else knows about it. If he did not find the white teeth sun and moon soon, the effect of the spirit gathering formation would slowly weaken and eventually dry up. Then the entire dragon's tooth villa will be finished. Just because he can control the true dragon's tooth, you think so highly of him, my lord, Xianxia said. TSK, TSK. His tone was full of sarcasm. Zhu Tianhan replied, I was indeed a little careless. However, if I were to do it again, I'd still make 2 women marry him. I'd do everything I can to win him over, not only because of the power in the white teeth, but also because of the comprehension of the heavenly Tao contained within. True dragons are born from the essence of heaven and earth, condensed from the power of the world. Even a white tooth contains the purest heavenly Tao. If it's broken, the benefits are incalculable. His words made Yunxiao's heart race. We have to find that Wu Deshang. We can't let that brat get away with it, Cheyu shouted excitedly. The remains of the true dragon should be in the hands of a descendant of the dragon like me. Otherwise, it would be an insult. It's a pity that Wu Deshang is missing, Xianxia said with a sigh. His origin is a mystery. How can we find him in this vast world? Zhu Tianhan suddenly made a hand seal, and a red light shot into the dragon's mouth, landing on the offering board. The words white teeth, sun, and moon emitted a golden light, and a shadow slowly penetrated through the air, slowly becoming clear in the air. In the mist, a huge white tooth appeared in front of them. It was like a white bone. Although it was only a projection, it was still soul-shaking. The remains of a true dragon. This is definitely a true dragon's regret. Che shouted. He was too excited. Yunxiao also knew that it must be true. The vast power was absolutely impossible to imitate, as it was as vast as the world. Zhu Tianhan replied, "It's not that there's no way. The projection that young master is seeing right now isn't an influence. It's really a projection from white teeth." "What?" Yunxiao was taken aback. But then he understood and said, "1,000-mile tracking technique." Zhu Tianhan nodded and said, "The true dragon's tooth is an important treasure, so it's only natural for it to have special means. Even if Wu Deshang knew that his ancestors had left some marks on the white teeth, he was not strong enough to erase them. That's why I still have a way to sense white teeth's existence." "In that case, why don't you hurry up and search for it, my lord?" Yunxiao asked. Zhu Tianhan said, "This is where the problem lies. Although I can sense white teeth, I can't pinpoint its location. At first, I was worried about Wu Deshang's life and death. I was afraid that he had died in some strange space, which caused white teeth's positioning to fail. Now, it seems that he did it on purpose. A technique that can interfere with spatial positioning must be a powerful one. Even if Wu Deshang can interfere with it for a while, can he interfere with it forever?" Yunxiao asked suspiciously. "This is also what I find strange. I've been monitoring for more than a month, but it's still the same. I can only see the influence, but I can't find the spatial coordinates. This is something that has never happened before. Wu Deshang must have done something," Zhu Tianhan said angrily, his eyes flashing with killing intent and fury. Yunxiao crossed his arms over his chest and touched his chin with the other as he said carefully, "Now that you've mentioned it, I've thought of something. I can almost be sure of it now." "What's the matter?" Zhu Tianhan asked, stunned. "The 10 supreme treasures in the secret treasure of the true dragon must have been taken by Wu Deshang," Yunxiao said. "Ah? How is this possible?" Zhu Tianhan was shocked, and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "That explains it," Yunxiao said. "One of the 10 supreme treasures is called the Universe Light Plate is a powerful Xian artifact that can control space. It's very likely that the white teeth sun and moon are placed inside the Universe Light Plate, which is why it can easily erase the coordinates." Zhu Tianhan said awkwardly, "I know about this item as well. It is the universe of the upper and lower 4 directions. Now that young Master Yunxiao has said this, my doubts have been cleared up. Then what should we do now?" "It's not completely impossible to find Wu Deshang's traces," Yunxiao said. "It's just that." "But what?" "As long as we can find Wu Deshang, the Dragon's Teeth Manor will forever owe young Master Yunxiao a huge favor." Zhu Tianhan was both anxious and happy. No matter what Yunxiao's conditions were, he had to agree to them. Even if he wanted his daughter, he would marry her to him. "I want to discuss this with a friend," Yunxiao said. A light flashed on his forehead and Che Yu's figure appeared beside him. Zhu Tianhan's heart trembled. Although he knew that Ling Han had a saint tool on him, seeing it with his own eyes was a completely different matter. After Che Yu appeared, he looked at the huge dragon body and was unable to move for a long time. The feeling of being in the real world made him even more shocked, as if he was in the middle of the wonders of the heavens and earth, unable to escape. The 3 of them didn't disturb him and just waited quietly. After a long while, Che Yu let out a long sigh, but there was indeed a dragon essence circulating around his body. His scales reflected a green light, as if they were new. "Ha ha!" Yunxiao laughed. "You've made a breakthrough?" Che Yu shook his head. "It's not that simple, it's still far from it. However, if there really is a white tooth in the dragon's mouth, the power of creation will be even stronger, and my chances of breaking through will be extremely high." Zhu Tianhan's heart trembled violently. The person in front of him was indeed a divine transcendence expert, and he was even slightly above him. The breakthrough he was talking about could only be described as the final realm greater heights. "This, sir, is?" He hurriedly cupped his hands and asked. "My friend, Che Yu is also a dragon," Yunxiao said. "He might have a way to sense where white teeth is." Che Yu glared at him and snorted. "You think too highly of me. If I could sense it, I would have gone to Dragon's Tooth Villa long ago. But I have an idea to find Wu Deshang. It might work. As long as we can find Wu Deshang, I'll be eternally grateful. Zhu Tianhan hurriedly replied. Humph, he snorted. Yu snorted and thought, there's no need to be grateful. Just give me the true dragon's tooth. Haha. But of course, he would not say what he was thinking, only saying, if Wu Deshang took 10 secret treasures of the true dragon, one of them would be the world sword left behind by the true dragon. Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he seemed to understand what he meant. You mean you can sense the existence of the world sword? Not necessarily, Yu replied. It's not possible if it's too far away. Also, Wu Deshang has to activate the sword. If he doesn't use it, then there's nothing we can do. This person definitely has a great connection with the dragon race. Since he has obtained the world sword, he will definitely use it as his personal sword, Zhu Tianhan said. I hope so, I'll try, Yu said. He sat down cross-legged and put his palms together in his dantian, allowing himself to quickly enter a meditative state. Then, he flicked his fingers twice and 2 green lights shot out. They turned into swords in front of him and stood still. The swords flashed with light and Yu kept on sending seals into the 2 swords. Above the swords, the shadow of a green dragon started to appear and it continued to move around in the same manner. Zhu Tianhan's jaw dropped, and he said in shock, This sword. These 2 swords are also the world swords of the true dragon, Yunxiao said. Ah! Not only Zhu Tianhan, even Su Lianyi's mouth was wide open. When the world sword was broken, it split into 4 and fell to the ground. Yunxiao explained to them. This is only 2 of them. As long as Wu Deshang refines the other one, the other 2 will be able to sense him within a certain range. I see. Zhu Tianhan was overjoyed. His attitude toward Yunxiao and the others became even more respectful. Not only was Yunxiao's strength extremely strong and equipped with all kinds of treasures, but even a random friend of his was in existence with an extraordinary background and could not be provoked. Everyone waited quietly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yu opened his eyes. He made a hand seal and kept the 2 swords into his body. How is it? Zhu Tianhan asked impatiently. Yu's face turned serious. He shook his head and said, There's no result. What should we do about this? Zhu Tianhan's face instantly turned ashen, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Don't worry too much, my lord, Yunxiao said. I don't think Wu Deshang has yet to refine the sword. After all, it's an item of the true dragon, and it's not easy to refine it. During this period of time, you can choose other objects as the formation's eye to absorb the spiritual energy in the surrounding area. That's the only way, Zhu Tianhan said dejectedly. We'll try our best to stall for time. He looked much older in an instant. He stared at the empty dragon mouth in a daze. If there's nothing else, Yunxiao said, we'll take our leave first. If there's any news of Wu Deshang, I'll report it to you. If you receive any news, you must tell me, Zhu Tianhan said. Don't worry, Yunxiao said. By the way, if your excellency has any news about the Bai Luo sect and Corpse Fiend sect, please let me know. Zhu Tianhan was taken aback. The Jade Drop sect and Corpse Fiend sect? What happened to them? I've heard that there's been some movement recently, but I've been too busy to pay attention. Yunxiao briefly explained the situation and said in a cold voice, I must have a good talk with Yin Hui and Jing Qi about their life and dreams. Zhu Tianhan's jaw dropped when he heard this, and he said in shock, Young Master Yunxiao is fighting against the entire Heaven Alliance alone? And the whereabouts of the person who injured the Lord of Heaven is unknown. His heart was in turmoil, and he could not calm down for a while. He had always thought highly of Yunxiao, but he did not expect him to have such strength. At the same time, he was also extremely shocked. Although there had been various news about the Azure Heaven sect and Corpse Fiend sect recently, he did not expect it to be so serious. The motionless forest was destroyed, and the Azure Heaven sect had erased its spatial coordinates and disappeared. It seemed that the power structure of the hidden sects was going to change dramatically after this battle. He walked out of the sadness and anxiety of losing the white-teeth sun and moon and began to think about the future. Xianxia chuckled and said, "Your Excellency, please go ahead. If you have any news about these people, please let us know as soon as possible. We'll take our leave first." He also knew that Zhu Tianhan would not be able to digest this information in a short time, so he could not be bothered to waste any more time. "I'll respectfully send you off. Dragon's Tooth Manor will always welcome young Master Xianxia and you two as guests," Zhu Tianhan hurriedly said. "No need to see me off," Xianxia said with a smile. "Please stop, my lord." The three of them turned into streams of light and flew out of the Dragon Tooth Villa. They immediately released the 9th-grade battleship and disappeared into the horizon. Zhu Tianhan watched as the battleship's tail light disappeared, and it took a long time for him to regain his senses. He immediately sent out orders to do everything in his power to search for the whereabouts of the Jade Drop sect and Corpse Fiend sect. On the 9th-grade warship, Xianxia looked into the distance. The sky was high and the sea was wide, and the sky was as clear as blue. "Old dragon, you really can't sense it?" he suddenly asked. "Hee hee." Cheiyu's voice came from behind. "You know me best, haha." Su Lianyi's body trembled when she heard that. She immediately understood and said in shock, "He sensed Wu Deshang's whereabouts. I don't know if it's Wu Deshang or not," Cheiyu said, "but I did feel the presence of another sword. However, I can't pinpoint its coordinates yet. I only know that it's extremely far away. I'll get the coordinates as soon as possible." Xianxia nodded. "Not only do I want to get those treasures back, but I'm also more interested in this man's background. This time, I'm going to peel off a few layers of his skin and crack it open bit by bit to see who he is. I'm going to continue tracking down the coordinates," Cheiyu chuckled. With a flash, he disappeared into Yunxiao's forehead, where the Divine Realm tablet was. "Young Master Yun, where are we going now?" Su Lianyi asked. Looking into the distance, Yunxiao's eyes flickered with deep reminiscence. After a long time, he sighed and said, "North Region, Divine Cloud Palace." Su Lianyi's heart trembled and she immediately went to carry out the order. The 9th-grade battleship accelerated in the air and headed toward the heavenly Martial Continent. The Divine Firmament Palace was located in the dreamy cloud swampland in the northern region, and it occupied more than 30 giant peaks with the most abundant spiritual qi. The summit where Palace Master Chu Hongyan was at was the Snowfall Peak. It was called Snowfall, but it was verdant throughout the years. It was so tall that it reached the sky. Clouds and snow piled up on the peak, complementing each other and giving off an extraordinary aura. Under the cover of the verdant peaks, there were many ancient sect buildings scattered around, or in groups, adorning the verdant peaks and mountains, forming a leisurely sect. Dang! Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang from the top of the mountain, surprising countless birds. Many demon beasts could be vaguely seen, seemingly frightened, and they rushed down the mountain. It seemed that they had not heard the bell for a long time. Figures began to move from within the ancient buildings. They were all women with lithe figures, and most of them began to whisper to each other. "It's the bell from the Bowing Mountain. Is this a meeting for all the elders? Isn't there still a month or so left? Who knows? There must be a lot of things to prepare for such a big event as our sect coming out of the mountain again." Dang! Just as everyone was discussing, another bell rang out. It was clear and melodious, and even more urgent than the previous one. This melody, it seems like those at the Guardian level are about to ascend the Snowfall Peak. It should be a big movement. What is it? It's been more than 10 years since I've heard the bell. It's really nostalgic. Dang! The third bell rang, followed by another rapid dang-dang-dang sound. There was a total of 9 times, and the sound reverberated throughout the entire dreamy cloud swampland. The sound continued to spread, and all the birds and beasts were startled, running in all directions. 9? Ah! This is an urgent report. There are enemies. Enemy? How is that possible? We've sealed off the mountain for almost 20 years. How could there still be enemies? I'm not sure, but these 9 urgent orders are indeed an urgent signal of an enemy attack. Whoever hears the 9 sounds, no matter where they are, must rush to the snowfall peak at the first moment. Our fellow disciples from the other peaks have already rushed to the snowfall peak. Let's go too. After the crowd chattered for a while, they couldn't care less and hurriedly turned into flowing lights and rushed to the main peak. On the snowfall peak, more and more people gathered, and the snow that had not melted for 10,000 years shone with a cold light. There were people constantly appearing on the peak. A desolate purple palace stood on the peak of the mountain. For countless years, it had been gazing at the endless sky and the dreamy cloud swampland. On the mountain peak, everyone's eyes were focused on one person. The person was a young man, dressed in clothes whiter than snow and spotless. The slender figure was reflected on the snow, motionless, like a statue. The man's eyes were fixed on the purple palace, but the emotions in his heart were not as calm as his face. Ripples were spreading out in his eyes. The people around him stared at him vigilantly. Although they didn't know him, they could feel his powerful aura. At the same time, they were shocked by his youth. There were 9 elders standing in front of the purple palace. The youngest was 67 years old, but they had all changed their appearances, looking like they were only 30 or 40 years old. The man's gaze finally withdrew from the palace after a long time and landed on the 9 people. He swept his gaze over them one by one and said, "I'm just here to see my beauty, elders. There's no need for such a scene. Tisk, Xianxia Palace is not a place where you can come and go as you please. You can meet whoever you want." The leader of the 9 elders, Luo Chunru, shouted angrily. She immediately pointed 2 fingers at the man and shouted, "I order you to leave the mountain immediately, or I'll kill you without mercy. The mountain has been sealed off for so many years. Can't it wash away the ruthlessness in your bodies?" The man said with a bitter smile. The other elder, Gu Shanshan, had a kind expression. She heaved a long sigh and said, "Gu Feiyang, it's been 20 years. Why did you come to Xianxia Palace again?" Voila! As soon as these words came out, all the women on the mountain were shocked and looked over again in horror. The man in front of them was Gu Feiyang, the martial sovereign vanquisher, the culprit who had caused their divine cloud palace to seal off their mountain for 20 years. Suddenly, all kinds of emotions such as shock, doubt, and anger spread in the crowd. In any case, they were very hostile to each other. A murderous aura filled the sky above the sea of clouds and snowy peaks. They might not know what had happened between Chu Hongyan and Gu Feiyang, but this name was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. It was enough to make the number 1 sect in the world close its mountain for 20 years. However, this glory was an incomparable humiliation to the divine cloud palace. Yun Xiao, who had also sensed the malice of the crowd, said with a wry smile, "Is it so difficult to see a beauty again? Is she going to avoid me for the rest of her life?" "You don't have to worry about that," Luo Chunru shouted. "Just get out of Xianxia Palace." Yun Xiao looked at the purple palace and suddenly said slowly, "Could it be that Hongyan is not in the palace? Otherwise, she would have come out at the sound of the 9 notes." The 9 elders' faces flickered, and suddenly, they moved. Yun Xiao felt his vision go blurry for a moment, and then the 9 of them formed a formation and surrounded him, their faces as cold as frost. "I was right," Yun Xiao said. "Since Hongyan is not here, I will leave so you don't have to do anything. But I'm curious where she is." "Gu Feiyang, we can't blame you for what happened back then." Gu Shanshan tried to persuade him with kind words. "But 20 years have passed. You're still you, and the Divine Cloud Palace is still the Divine Cloud Palace. I hope that the 2 sides of the road will not come into contact with each other, and you don't have to care about the matters of the Divine Cloud Palace." Suddenly, 2 women flew over from outside the mountain. One of them shouted anxiously, "We can't let him go. Junting is still in his hands," he shouted. The 2 women quickly landed on the mountain peak. They were Qi Lei and Qi Mei. "What? Junting is in his hands." Luo Chunru's expression changed and she rebuked angrily, "Gu Feiyang, you've been at odds with my Divine Cloud Palace in both your previous and current lives, haven't you? Quickly release Junting." The 9 elders immediately took out their weapons and got into formation. In order to make preparations for the opening of the mountain, All the intelligence of the world's major events flew back to the mountain like snowflakes through the star and moon house, so that all the elders could learn about the outside world, including Yunxiao's various deeds. As the direct disciple of Chu Hongyan, Han Junting's arrest was a big deal. Only a few people knew about it, and it was kept a secret. At this moment, when Yunxiao came to his door, he could not care less and immediately announced the matter. Not only were the 9 elders shocked, but all the disciples in the sect were also moved and angry. Their anger almost melted the snow-capped mountains. "Fei Yang, is this true?" Gu Shanshan asked in surprise. At this moment, the Flux girl also walked out and said with an ice-cold face, "Li Yunxiao, do you dare to deny it?" Yunxiao's eyes swept over the faces of Min Lei, Min Mei, and the string girl, and the 3 of them were flustered. He sneered, "Hee. Did I deny it? The 3 of you are witnesses, so you should know why I want to arrest Han Junting. Why don't you tell me the whole story?" The 3 people's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at each other. "What's going on?" Gu Shanshan shouted. "It's us," Qi Lei said after a moment of silence. "We worked together with the Dark North Duanju to set up an ambush to kill Li Yunxiao. But he caught Jun Ting instead." "What nonsense!" Gu Shanshan angrily rebuked. "Elder Shanshan," Luo Chunru said, "there's no point in saying anything now. Let's save Jun Ting first. If you're reasonable, then be reasonable." Yunxiao sneered. "If you're unreasonable, then be unreasonable." Luo Chunru said, "This is not something you can ignore. It's normal for the disciples of Xianxia Palace to hold a grudge against you. It's inevitable that they will do something out of line. Even if Jun Ting is really at fault, you should not have imprisoned her." Yunxiao's face darkened as he said coldly, "Elder Chunru's meaning is for me to kill her? You're so impudent. Naturally, I'll let him go." Luo Chunru was stunned for a moment before she said angrily, "Ha, release? Nonsense." Yunxiao sneered. "What a group of cold, unsociable, and twisted old, ugly, stupid, and foolish women. If it weren't for you foolish women, Hongyan and I wouldn't be like this, and the Divine Cloud Palace wouldn't have sealed off the mountain. You're not repenting, and you're blindly arrogant and supercilious. You're beyond redemption. The mountain you've been sealed for the past 20 years has been in vain. You're so bold." Luo Chunru was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Every word of these curses was so piercing that her face was twisted. The rest of the elders also cried out in anger, and killing intent kept bursting out of their bodies. The aura of the 9-man formation instantly rose, as if there was an invisible force in the air that kept pressing down on Yunxiao. "Gu Feiyang, you've gone too far," Gu Shanshan also said angrily. "Too much?" "It's true," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "It's just that you old perverts don't want to admit it. Why are you still talking nonsense with him? Take him down and throw him into the Avicii hell to undergo tribulation. Directly skin him and cut off his bones." An old woman in gray gritted her teeth in hatred and almost pounced on him to bite him. "Stupid woman, you want to kill me?" Yunxiao's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it swept over the old woman, causing her to take a few steps back in fear. "Elder Wei Chui, don't be afraid," Luo Chunru shouted. "We can kill him with this 9 moons illuminating the sky formation." The 9 men immediately shifted their feet and began to shuttle around Yunxiao. Yunxiao only felt his aura change, and as the 9 men moved, the world turned upside down. They were as tall as mountains and as smooth as flowing water, like old steeds waiting to catch up with their steeds, ambitious to travel 1,000 miles, and like chasing after the stars and the moon. The world had changed. Yunxiao could not help but be shocked. Although these foolish women had twisted hearts, the martial arts and array techniques they learned were all the best in the world. He had never seen the 9 moons shining in the sky formation before. It must have been created by some genius ancestor of the Divine Cloud Palace. Such a peerless cultivation method was as brilliant as the galaxy in the Divine Cloud Palace. Just as she was thinking about this, a willow-like blade came silently from behind her. Luo Chunru could not help but attack first. At this moment, the formation was arranged like a star. It was as if the power of the stars had descended and combined with the blade, increasing its power by several times. Xianxia moved his body and elegantly stretched out 2 fingers, gently pressing them on the back of the saber. The entire blade light instantly dimmed, and the aura was scattered. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That was a blade that had been condensed with formation power, but it was actually broken by him so easily. In fact, Xianxiao's movement only looked elegant. At the moment, his physical strength was much stronger than his cultivation base, and he had almost gathered all his physical strength in that one finger. Luo Chunru's face also changed drastically, but she did not panic. Her face twitched as she performed an incantation gesture with her left hand and pointed her finger at Xianxiao's forehead. A beam of light shot out from her fingertip. Unhurriedly, Xianxia formed his fingers into a claw and instantly extinguished the light, then grabbed at Luo Chunru's 2 fingers. A ring of extremely sharp finger radiance shot out like silk. Luo Chunru felt her fingers turn cold, as if they would be cut off at any moment. She was so frightened that she quickly retracted her hand. At the same time, the other 8 people changed their positions, and their surroundings became mottled. Xianxia immediately felt several attacks coming from different directions, which was impossible to guard against. He immediately retracted his claws and formed a hand seal in front of him, forming a golden dharma with 3 heads and 6 arms. The expressions on the 3 faces were different. Some were mocking, some were sneering, and some were cold. However, their eyes were all filled with pride and arrogance, as if they didn't put anyone in their eyes. What kind of sorcery is this? As soon as the Transcendent's golden body appeared, it immediately caused the surrounding people to cry out in alarm. The voices were somewhat panicked. His left body grabbed onto the Star Destroyer Divine Sword, sweeping out green lotuses that bloomed one by one, turning into endless sword intent that slashed in all directions. His right hand held the heavenly hammer, which turned into a lightning bolt that flickered above the clouds. The sky was filled with a green world. Under the impact of the sword radiance and lightning, the attacks of the other 8 elders were forced back. However, the 9 of them changed their steps, and the entire formation began to rotate. The 9 of them split into 4 in the front and 5 behind, advancing forward like a wedge. A feeling of unparalleled sharpness was born, as if an unparalleled treasured sword was slashing over. Under the joint attack of the 9 people, the clouds on the entire mountain peak were dyed with a touch of red, like the setting sun. Xianxiao's pupils constricted. As the sharp aura approached him, he felt a faint pain on his skin, as if a knife had just gently cut across it. One had to know that his physical body had opened the 7 gates of the divine body, directly reaching the power of extraordinary and divine. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by such a powerful force. But even so, the attack of the 9 people as one still made him feel pressured. He took 3 steps back to get rid of the extreme discomfort, and then his 6 arms formed seals at the same time. The 3 seals shot into the sky and fused into one, transforming into a fierce golden dragon that slammed down. Roar! The dragon's body glowed with a golden light, and the scales on it shone brightly. It was like a ray of heavenly light that shot into the clouds as it bombarded the formation. Boom! Endless snowflakes shook up, filling the sky with white spots, which then evaporated and dissipated. The disciples of Xianxiao Palace all felt the impact of a vast and mighty force. A large number of people were sent flying, and some even fell directly to the top of the mountain. Amidst the countless white snowflakes, the violent golden light was still trembling on the mountain peak. It was being forced back by the combined forces of the 9 people. 3-colored light gushed out of Xianxiao's body, and the huge force kept pushing him back. Luo Chunru laughed wildly. Haha, Gu Feiyang, you came and left with ease 20 years ago. 20 years later, the Divine Cloud Palace is no longer the same as it was. Stay here forever. The 9 of them joined forces, and the power of the entire mountain continued to gather. A deep trench was carved out on the ground at the peak of the mountain. Xianxiao had already retreated to the edge of the cliff. If this continued, he would be cut in half even if his divine body was strong. Although Luo Chunru and the other 9 had the upper hand, The shock in their hearts was even more chaotic than the snowflakes in the sky. Under the 9 moons illuminating the sky formation that they had used, even divine transcendence realm experts would have been defeated. Qi Lei, the string girl, and the others were even more shocked. The Li Yunxiao in front of them was even stronger than when he fought the Dark North Duanju, and they knew that he had a saint artifact with him, as well as several extremely powerful experts. But, at this moment, Yunxiao alone had forced the 9 elders to join forces in the battle formation, and they could not defeat him for a long time. Min Lei felt a little dizzy, as if she knew the result was not good. Back then, Hongyan couldn't even stay in the dreamy cloud swampland with the help of the entire terrain. How can you small fish have the ability to boast like this? Yunxiao waved his 6 arms at the same time, each holding a ball of golden light in his palm. Then he threw it in front of him, which turned into a golden vortex. Star Jade Explosion! He made a hand seal and the golden vortex suddenly exploded. The violent aura swallowed the 3-seal golden dragon and stopped the 9 people's formation. Then, his true fiend Dharma body emerged and stood on the peak of the mountain, his body towering into the clouds. The giant spirit lowered its head and looked down at the ground. Its hands quickly formed seals and pressed down from a height of 10,000 meters, pressing down on the 9 people. Boundless nature, true fiend magic seal. It's a demonic technique. What should we do? Wei Chui exclaimed. A restless emotion emerged from the formation, and the mountain formation began to crack. Don't panic, Luo Chunru shouted. With the 9 of us working together, even if the other party is from the 10 Directions Divine Realm, we'll still die. The 9 people's formation changed again. From a wedge shape, they scattered like birds and beasts, but in reality, they each took their own steps and did not mess up. Boom! The true fiend Dharma seal slammed directly on the mountaintop, and boundless demonic might exploded, swallowing the disciples of Xianxia Palace in all directions. All disciples, run! Qi Lei was shocked. Get off the snowfall peak! Over 100 rays of light flew down from the mountain peak, exploding like fireworks. After the true devil giant spirit made a seal, it also transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. Its 6 hands formed hand seals, and a black demonic star cloud swirled around the giant spirit, sweeping away the clouds in the sky. Yunxiao secretly praised the 9 moons illuminating the sky array. Without the cooperation of the array, these 9 people would have died in his hands long ago. But now, with the combination of the array, they had actually suppressed him and made it impossible for him to escape. After the true fiend Dharma seal bombarded him, although the 9 of them seemed to have dispersed, they still contained the array formation and trapped him within. The martial arts of the Divine Cloud Palace is indeed shocking. It's extraordinary. Yunxiao praised him from the bottom of his heart. Other than admiration, there was coldness in his eyes as he said, "However, you underlings are not talented enough. You've brought shame to the ancestors of Xianxia Palace." "What are you talking about? A bunch of nonsense. Damn it. He's still talking nonsense even when he's at death's door," Luo Chunru rebuked angrily. "Elders, use your ultimate moves and kill him." "Yes." A few cold and stern voices rang out. Although the other elders frowned, their eyes also flashed with determination. The 9 elders each formed hand seals, and the aura on their bodies continued to rise, quickly reaching the peak. A red light floated above the 9 people like a ghost. It was the condensed breath of the 9 people and gathered under the power of the array. The boundless demonic chi was mighty, but it couldn't devour the light. Instead, it kept retreating. The 9th moon shines upon the heavens, a finger like the sun. Luo Chunru suddenly let out a loud shout and raised the seal in her hand high up. The other 8 people also raised their hands at the same time. All the power in their bodies was continuously drawn away by the red light and gathered inside, forming a huge sun. Under the might of the great sun, the demonic light around the true devil's body began to recede. Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he praised, "What an amazing formation!" Luo Chunru laughed hideously and said, "You're still pretending to be calm when you're about to die. What's the use of that? Go to hell, Great Sun Finger. The huge Great Sun power came down like a huge fireball, suppressing the space around Yunxiao and making it impossible for him to escape. Yunxiao's clothes began to burn under the force of the finger. It was as if there was only a giant finger left in the world. It was like a god had descended to the mortal world and was about to crush an ant to death. Yunxiao had turned into a giant man of fire, and his pressure had burned more than half of the entire mountaintop. In the raging fire, three-colored light circulated around his body, and his eyes were as red as blood. The true devil giant spirit also stood in the air, its three faces of the same color as dark water. All of a sudden, the giant spirit grabbed the Agama bone cleaver in the demonic star cloud and twitched it slowly. Its entire giant spirit body began to tremble violently. Not only the true devil giant spirit, but even Yunxiao could not help but tremble. It seemed that he could not bear the Great Sun Finger, but in fact, he could not bear the power of the Six Paths demonic weapon. Clang! A loud trembling sound rang out in the air as the giant spirit pulled out a blade. Unfortunately, it was only an illusion and not a real body. The blade kept shaking in the Devil Nebula. Obviously, Agon's bone crusher was being pulled out. Unfortunately, it was not strong enough to pull out its true body. Even though it was only a saber's shadow, the moment the true devil giant spirit drew its saber, it immediately slashed at the Great Sun. Boom! The saber shadow brought out a patch of pitch-black darkness, which completely countered the power of the Great Sun. This is not enough. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. It's not enough. After failing to extract the demonic weapon of the Six Paths, his body stabilized and continued to demonize. Countless demonic patterns covered his body, and a white lotus flower appeared on his right fist. Following that, the sword light shone brightly and was blinding even in the flames. It even isolated the surrounding flames. The flames of the Great Sun seemed to be dancing abnormally, revealing an extremely strong sense of fear as they fled into the distance. One sword cuts the red. One death leaves the person. Sword slash stars. The moment the true demonic giant spirit's Agama blade came into contact with the Great Sun Finger, it was shattered in a few breaths. The entire true demonic giant spirit began to collapse, dissipating along with the blade's phantom. The Great Sun cast away the devil, and the dark clouds in the sky instantly dispersed, returning the clear sky to its original state. However, just as Luo Chunru was feeling ecstatic, a terrifying white light shot up into the sky. It was mixed with boundless demonic might and the power of flames that could burn everything. Boom! The black light and white flame rushed into the Great Sun Finger. The two overbearing forces collided and all the snow on the snowfall peak instantly melted. It was as if the scorching sun had exploded in the sky. A destructive force covered the entire mountain range and surged in the sky above the dreamy cloud swampland. The 9 elders all trembled. The terrifying power rushed into their bodies, and they were all seriously injured. The 9 moons illuminating the sky formation was broken in an instant. The 9 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying from the sky. The snowfall peak became desolate. It was unknown what the Purple Palace was made of, but it was undamaged under the impact. It was as if it had existed since ancient times, and it was constantly gazing at the dreamy cloud swampland. Is he dead? Is Li Yunxiao dead? The disciples of Xianxia Palace who had not fled were all shocked. They looked around in fear, hoping to find Yunxiao's body, but it turned out to be the opposite. The force of the impact just now was too strong. Not only could they not open their eyes, but even their divine sense was swallowed by the aftermath. They could not sense anything. At that moment, everyone felt that they were small, like a drop in the ocean. Both Qi Lei and the Xian Nu's faces turned pale. They looked at each other, and their hearts were filled with endless fear. They were certain that Yunxiao was not dead from the blow just now, but they could not be sure if he was seriously injured. However, to kill 9 elders by himself, and under the circumstances of setting up the 9 moons illuminating the sky formation, this kind of strength was already terrifying to the extreme. He's back. That terrifying Gu Feiyang has returned. Min Lei mumbled in a voice that only she could hear, and her mind was almost blank. However, the Flux girl was right beside him and heard him clearly. Her whole body couldn't help but tremble as she said, "In the entire divine firmament palace, only the palace master can fight him. Is everything going to repeat itself after 20 years? Gelée was confused. A battle? What if I lose again? There was no answer to this question, and no one could answer her. The Xianxia also remained silent. Suddenly, a few beams of light landed on the peak. They were the elders who had been sent flying. All 9 of them had returned. No one had died, but they were all seriously injured. Some of them could not even stand steadily, almost damaging their martial arts foundation. Luo Chunru's ferocious face immediately contorted as she howled, "Come out, Gu Feiyang! Come out and fight to the death. Hiding like this, do you still want face? Are you still the fearless martial emperor vanquisher from the past? Get out here!" But no matter how she screamed, the entire purple hall was silent. "There's no need to shout, he has already left." Suddenly, an old voice came from the purple hall, and then a red figure appeared in front of everyone. "That's Ing Luo." Both Qi Lei and the string girl were stunned. They frowned and looked at the red figure. His back was hunched, his face was old, and his hair was all white. He held a walking stick in his hand and stood in the wind, trembling as if he was about to ascend to heaven at any time. "Ah!" The 2 of them exclaimed at the same time, as if they had thought of something. The expressions on their faces became extremely shocked and unusually rich. The faces of Luo Chunru and the other 9 people also changed greatly. They hurriedly turned around and bowed to the old woman, calling out in unison, "Greetings, Grand Elder Jahan. Arg! It's her." The string girl couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and immediately covered her mouth. As if realizing that she had lost her composure, she hurriedly knelt down on both knees. Qi Lei didn't dare to be careless. The shock in her heart was indescribable, but she was more happy. With this person here, the strength of Xianxia Palace could be improved to another level. There were also many disciples who were confused. They were obviously unfamiliar with the names of the old woman and Jihan. However, when they saw the 9 elders being so respectful and guessed something from the words Grand Elder, they didn't dare to be rash and hurriedly followed suit. The red-clothed old woman was dressed in very bright and eye-catching clothes. She said, "Gu Feiyang has already left. There's no need to shout here." Luo Chunru was shocked and angry at the same time. That Gu Feiyang has gone too far. He's the mortal enemy of our divine cloud palace. I hope that Grand Elder can kill him. Yan Jihan glanced at her and said indifferently, "If I hadn't come out, do you think Gu Feiyang would have left?" Their hearts trembled as they finally understood the situation. If the Grand Elder had not been here, the Purple Hall would have been destroyed, and Yunxiao would have been absorbed by her power. Otherwise, they would have been in danger. Luo Chunru was so shocked that she couldn't speak and stammered for a long time. "You may leave." Xian Han waved his hand. "If you don't provoke him, he won't come to provoke you. I'm also getting on in my years, and I don't want to trouble you juniors anymore. If it doesn't endanger the safety of this snowfall peak, I won't take any action. You can all leave." Luo Chunru seemed to want to say something, but the red in front of her had disappeared. The purple hall was empty. "Great Elder, what should we do now?" The others all gathered around to discuss countermeasures. Luo Chunru was also frustrated. With her intelligence, how could she know what to do? She could only shout, "What else can I do? The first Supreme Elder has already said to retreat and send people to investigate. Report back immediately if there's any news about Gu Feiyang." "Yes." The others responded, but all of them had serious expressions. Gu Xianxia couldn't help but ask, "So what if he reported the news? Even with the combined strength of the 9 of us and the terrain, mountains, and rivers of the dreamy cloud swampland and the snowfall peak, we still can't defeat him. Don't tell me that we'll go and encircle and annihilate him after we get the news." When he said this, everyone fell silent. Although it was very unpleasant to hear and made the other people frown in displeasure, every word was true and could not be refuted. Luo Chunru rolled her eyes and said, "We'll cross the bridge when we get there. What's the point of asking so many questions now? We'll talk after we get some information about him. Yes, yes, you're right. Everyone agreed in unison. Soon, the snowfall peak regained its peace and everyone went down the mountain. It was just that the bell spirit was so beautiful that it created the sea of clouds. The accumulated snow that had accumulated over the years had been swept away, and it became somewhat dispirited, losing its original color and spiritual energy. The news of the battle on the snowfall peak quickly spread throughout the entire Xianxia palace. Everyone was talking about it. Every time they met, they had to talk about the battle or it would seem outdated. Soon, the news was so amazing that it was unrecognizable. That battle was extremely brutal. The heavens and earth were shattered, and the entire snowfall peak was flattened. The 9 elders couldn't stop Gu Feiyang in the end. The palace master was captured in front of thousands of disciples. I'm afraid he's going to be trampled on by Gu Feiyang. You're lying through your teeth. Look up. Isn't the snowfall peak still there? Don't talk nonsense if you didn't see it with your own eyes. I'm the one who witnessed the entire battle on the mountaintop. In the end, the one who was captured wasn't the palace master, but the first supreme elder who had always lived on the snowfall peak, Gan Jihan. Ku Jihan? This name is very unfamiliar. Since she's the first supreme elder, she should be very old. Why did you capture her? Who knows? It's said that the first supreme elder was also a stunning beauty when she was young. Maybe Gu Feiyang has this kind of taste. You must know that Gu Feiyang is not young either. That's true. A man like him can get all kinds of young beauties. Perhaps he's tired of playing with young and beautiful women and his taste has become heavy. What nonsense are you all talking about? A cold and stern voice suddenly shouted. The few female disciples who were making groundless accusations immediately turned pale with fright. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Xianxia." Gu Xianxia walked in with a gloomy face. Her eyes swept over the faces of the several people and said in a cold voice, "What kind of nonsense are you spreading? Be careful of what you say. It seems that I've neglected to discipline you, and you've become lawless. When something happens, even I can't save you. We know we were wrong. Please punish us, Elder Xianxia." The female disciples were so frightened that they knelt down and kept kowtowing for mercy. Gu Xianxia was already in a bad mood, and with her injuries, she couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. She shouted, "Get out, all of you. Go receive 100 whips each." The few of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. The whip must have been extremely terrifying, but they did not dare to disobey. They all ran away in a single file with sullen faces. As she watched the female disciples leave, Gu Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She hurriedly covered her chest and sat down cross-legged to condense her yuan qi and regulate her breathing. In the battle just now, she had suffered extremely strong internal injuries and had held on until now. When he recalled Gu Feiyang's current strength, he could not help but tremble, especially at his age. He was only in his 20s. Such talent could no longer be described as terrifying, but unprecedented. Thinking about that, the emotions in his heart were fluctuating and he couldn't calm down no matter what. His injuries were gradually expanding. Suddenly, she raised her head and shouted, "Who is it?" A white figure appeared in front of her out of nowhere. He held a jade box in his hand and said, "I have some healing pills from the North Sea. They'll be very useful for Elder Xianxia's injuries." Gu Xianxia's entire body was shocked as she shouted, "Gu Feiyang, why are you here? Take your medicine. Xianxia Palace is the #1 sect in the world. There are all kinds of healing medicines we can't get. Leave now. I've set up a barrier around this area," Yunxiao said. "It won't work if Elder Xianxia wants to pretend to shout for someone." When she shouted just now, Gu Xianxia had indeed used a sound wave martial technique in an attempt to send a message out of Solitary Summit so that all the elders could rush over. However, she didn't expect that the other party had already taken precautions. She suddenly remembered that the person in front of her not only had a profound cultivation, but also a clever and resourceful person. Her heart sank and she said sternly, "What do you want to do?" Yunxiao placed the jade box in front of her and said, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to see Hong Yen. I hope Elder Xianxia can tell me the truth. Where is Hongyan? You can give up on that idea, Gu Xianxia sneered. I won't tell you even if I die. Yun Xiao frowned slightly and said, Why do you have such a big prejudice against me? Also, Elder Xianxia, you'd better not do anything stupid. You look so serious, as if you want to risk your life. If you're the only one who dies, it'll be fine. But if the other people in the sect come here, you won't be the only one who dies. Gu Xianxia suddenly trembled, not because she was surprised that Yun Xiao had seen through her mind, but because what he said was true. Even if she broke the barrier around her with a life-risking strike and summoned her fellow disciples, who could kill this man in front of her? Just now, the 9 of them had formed a formation, and even the great Sun Finger was helpless against him. Now that they were all seriously injured, if they really rushed over, they would only be courting death. She struggled for a moment and said sternly, Humph. Don't forget that there's still First Supreme Elder Kejihan on the Snowfall Peak. I don't believe that she can't subdue you with her abilities. Yun Xiao smiled and said, That old woman does have some skills. She can force me to retreat. But do you think she can kill me? If I'm not wrong, she is still relying on the terrain of the Dreamy Cloud swampland to sustain her life. If she leaves the Snowfall Peak, she will die without me having to do anything. Nonsense. What a load of nonsense. Gu Xianxia cried out in shock and anger, but there was panic in her eyes. Obviously, she believed it in her heart. Although she did not know why Yun Xiao made such a guess, she did believe it. Among these abnormal elders in Shenxiao Palace, Elder Xianxia is considered a normal one, Yun Xiao sighed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. If I really want to do something to Shenxiao Palace, or if all of you really make me lose my temper, then I'll start with that old hag, Kejihan. I don't believe I can't find out Hongyan's whereabouts. Don't you dare! Gu Xianxia shouted out in fear. Her voice was trembling. Obviously, she believed that the other party would dare to do so. A sense of powerlessness emerged in her heart, as if all her defenses were collapsing. The coldness in Yun Xiao's eyes grew stronger and stronger as he said, My patience is limited. If I don't get an answer soon, I'll kill all your disciples on this lonely peak before I kill these old women. Don't! Gu Xianxia completely gave in. She begged and said in a trembling voice, Can you tell me why you're looking for Hongyan? Yun Xiao's face was covered with a layer of frost as he said coldly, Humph. I've wanted to tell you about this for a long time, but have you ever given me a chance to say it? He briefly told Gu Xianxia about Luo Yunshang and his own speculation, which stunned her. How is this possible? Her mind went blank for a moment. She could not imagine that the other party had barged into the Divine Cloud Palace to save the disciples of the Divine Cloud Palace. And the speculations about Gu Qingqing and the Rainbow Stone were hard to believe. I've already told you the whole story, and I've almost run out of patience, Yun Xiao said coldly. If Elder Xianxia is still unwilling to tell me, I'll cut off the branch of the solitary cloud peak. Gu Xianxia's face turned pale when she felt the fierce killing intent. She gritted her teeth and said, I have one last condition. Can you release Han Junting? She is the Palace Master's direct disciple. If anything happens to her, you will not be able to answer to the Palace Master. I'll tell Hongyan about this, Yun Xiao said. You don't have to worry about it. Gu Xianxia thought to herself that with his relationship with the Palace Master, Han Junting would most likely be fine, so she did not force him. The Palace Master went to the place of inheritance left by Gu Qingqing's ancestor, which is where Yunshang is now, the land of no return. A realm of no return. What? Yun Xiao cried out in shock and anger. I can tell there's something wrong with the name. Where is the land of no return? I only know that it's within the sphere of influence of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture, but I'm not sure where it is exactly, Gu Xianxia replied. Thousand Mountain Prefecture? The ancient martial country of the western region. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and he frowned. The biggest sect in the ancient martial kingdom was the Thousand Mountains Prefecture. It was passed down from the royal family and could be said to be the strongest organization in the entire ancient martial kingdom. The area under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Mountains Prefecture was even larger than the entire ancient martial empire because the Thousand Mountains Prefecture could definitely manage the areas under the empire's jurisdiction. However, the areas that the Thousand Mountains Prefecture could manage could not be managed in the ancient martial empire. The ancient martial kingdom was adjacent to the Five-Cloud Mountain, where Gu Qingqing had sealed the monster. Could there be a connection between the two? After a moment of silence, Yunxiao said, "Does anyone from the Thousand Mountains Prefecture know where the land of no return is?" "I don't know." Gu Xianxia shook her head and said, "All right, I'll believe you this time," Yunxiao said. "If you lie to me, the lives of all the disciples of the solitary cloud will be the price." "You coward!" Gu Xianxia was frightened. "I don't have the time to play games with you now," Yunxiao snorted coldly. "Since the divine cloud palace treats me like an enemy, why should I pity you ants? Those who should be killed will naturally be killed." Gu Xianxia felt her entire body turn cold. The temperature in the small courtyard was as cold as the winter in the 12th lunar month. The man in front of her disappeared in a flash. She couldn't care less about her injuries and hurriedly turned into a ray of light to head towards the snowfall peak. A moment later, on another mountain peak, there was only a single teleportation array. A few disciples guarding the array were already kneeling on the side, trembling. The pressure emanating from Yunxiao's body had directly crushed their spiritual will to fight, and they could not even muster the slightest will to resist. Soon, the array light lit up, and Yunxiao's figure slowly disappeared into it. The teleportation formation of Xianxia Palace could reach the western region directly. It was pitch black in the endless portal, and a very strong suction force was guiding Yunxiao's body far away. "What?" Suddenly, his pupils shrank. The magatama in the depths of his eyes condensed into runes, and he looked into the endless darkness around him. Under the gaze of his eye power, there seemed to be an object moving rapidly in the distant void, which was also being transported forward. "That's a bronze-skinned ancient orchid giant lizard. It's rumored that it can directly traverse the void, and it's true. The people on that giant lizard should be from the demon race. They don't look weak and seem to be heading in the same direction as me." Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then performed an incantation gesture with one hand. A stream of light flashed between his eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet flew out. His hands suddenly grabbed to the sides and immediately twisted the spatial power of the teleportation. His entire body turned into lightning and flashed, directly breaking away from the restraints of the trajectory. The next moment, it appeared on the divine realm tablet. Using the jade tablet as a battleship, it flew toward the bronze-skinned ancient orchid giant lizard. There were 7 demon men standing on the bronze-skinned ancient orchid lizard. A few of them were sitting cross-legged, regulating their breathing and condensing their yuan qi. They looked almost the same, so they were obviously from the same race. "Who is it?" one of them suddenly shouted. His cultivation was the highest among the 7, so he immediately sensed someone. "What's wrong?" "When you're thinking too much, this is the transmission channel. How could there be a Ingluo?" Before the other demon could finish his sentence, he was rendered speechless. His mouth was so big that it could fit a watermelon. A young human man was standing on the tail of the giant lizard. He sucked in a breath of cold air and was scared out of his wits. He shouted in shock, "You? Who are you?" Immediately, all 7 of them were shocked and became vigilant as they stared at Yunxiao, as if they were facing a great enemy. Yunxiao smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm just a little curious. Where did you come from, and where are you going? And who are you?" When asked in a deep voice, humans and demons do not invade each other's territory, nor have they ever meddled in each other's affairs. "I hope that your excellency will leave immediately." He spoke politely and did not dare to be rash because he could not sense any aura from the person in front of him. Moreover, he had appeared in such a strange place. It was obvious that his strength was unfathomable, and he did not dare to offend him. "I'll leave immediately after you solve my doubts," Yunxiao said. "Otherwise, I can only follow you to take a look." The 7 people's expressions changed drastically. Their trip this time was extremely confidential, and their mission was extremely important. They couldn't make the slightest mistake. If they were targeted by this person, it would be a huge problem. I hope you don't meddle in other people's business, or don't blame us for being impolite. One once again said in a deep voice, not only is this bronze-skinned monitor lizard a ninth-order monster beast, but it also possesses an ancient rare blood. Its strength is above the 7 of us. He didn't dare to make a move. He only hoped that the other party would measure their strength and retreat on their own. But unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The human didn't care at all and said, "You mean you're going to fight?" The 7 demons all had anger on their faces. Although they knew that the other party was strong, they were still unruly. Yaowen said coldly, "Don't forget that this is the spatial passageway. Even if you can defeat us, will you be able to survive once you're thrown out of the teleportation power?" "How do you think I got here?" Xianxia smiled indifferently. "How do you think I got here?" The hearts of the 7 people trembled, and they immediately became extremely vigilant. A few of them even began to move, pulling away from each other to make it easier for them to attack. "I don't know what profound armament you've used to come here," he said gently. "But if you want to die together, the 7 of us don't mind accompanying you." Die together? Everyone is overestimating themselves. Xianxia's figure flickered, and a green light flashed across the giant lizard's back. All 7 of them trembled as their defenses were broken by a powerful thunderbolt, and their limbs and internal organs were severely injured in an instant. Eft, eft. The sound of blood being spat out one after another caused the breathing of the 7 people to instantly weaken. They sat paralyzed on the back of the giant lizard, their eyes full of fear. In his shock, Yaowen hurriedly cast an incantation seal on the giant lizard's body. Immediately, the giant lizard's skin began to turn red brass, and its demonic aura burst out. The huge lizard slowly turned its head, its eyes as red as blood as it stared coldly at Xianxia. "There's indeed an ancient blood." Xianxia opened his mouth and let out a vigorous and magnificent ancient dragon roar. Not only were the 7 monsters trembling, but the bronze-skinned ancient orchid lizard was also shrieking and trembling in fear. Xianxia patted the giant lizard's body and said, "Be quiet. It's fine." The giant lizard's body gradually stabilized. It turned its head, retracted its demonic chi, and continued to fly. The 7 demon clansmen were dumbfounded and completely despaired. "Now," Xianxia said, "are you all obedient? Kill us if you want." Yaowen threw caution to the wind and said coldly, "It's impossible for us to reveal any information." The other people all had complicated expressions. Some were determined, some were desperate, and some even had flickering eyes, as if they were begging for mercy. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish. This young master also doesn't have the time." Xianxia's fingers were like claws as he clawed at the air, and a ring of light spread out. Yaowen's body was instantly lifted up and trembled violently in the air. His memories were forcibly searched, and he let out a painful groan as blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. A moment later, his body was thrown heavily on the lizard's back. His limbs twitched, his mouth frothing, and his eyes gradually lost their light. Lord One, Lord One." The other 6 people were filled with grief and anger. They were shocked and scared, angry and sad, but they were helpless. Xianxia's face was covered with a layer of frost as he stared at Yaowen's body. Then, he made a grabbing gesture in the air, and a storage bag from Yaowen's body flew up and fell into his hand. "Not good. It's that thing." The other monster was shocked. He couldn't care less and directly rushed over. He shouted, "Give me back my things." Without even looking, Xianxia performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and slapped it. Bang! The demon was instantly blown into pieces and scattered into the endless void, leaving no trace behind. Although the remaining 5 people also wanted to charge forward, the tragic scene in front of them was like cold water being poured on their bodies. Their feet froze, and they could not move. Xianxia kept performing incantation gestures with his right hand and tapping the storage bag. Beams of golden light flew up and scattered like snakes. The faces of the 5 people turned pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. If they lost this thing, they would definitely die when they returned. After a while, the golden light gradually disappeared. Tisk, tsk. To think that there's such an exquisite restriction on a trash's storage bag. With a sneer on his face, Xianxia clenched his fist, and the storage bag exploded with a bang, revealing a golden jade slip that slowly fell into his palm. The moment his palm touched the jade slip, it was as if he had been electrocuted and a faint arc of light bounced off. He frowned. 3 small round formations appeared on the jade slip and disappeared in a flash. There was also a powerful restrictive seal on the golden jade slip. Xianxia pondered for a moment and began to observe carefully. The 3 formations on the jade slip were sealed with 3 different powers. If one couldn't break them all, the entire jade slip would shatter instantly if there was the slightest mistake. The other 5 people's faces were all pale, and they looked at each other. One of them mustered his courage and quietly moved his body. A cold light suddenly flashed and he slashed horizontally with his saber. In any case, losing the jade scroll meant death. Snatching the jade scroll might give him a chance of survival. The other 4 also instantly raised their strength to the extreme and rushed forward. Their mission was to escort the jade slip. If they encountered any danger, they should destroy the jade slip at once. However, they had never expected that the other party would suddenly search their soul and find the jade slip. Xianxia did not even raise his head. He just frowned slightly, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Bang! A beam of sword chi struck out, and the demon who had attacked instantly exploded. The sword chi spread out and cut another person who was following closely behind into 2 halves. Finally, the 3 demons came to a sudden stop. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled and cold sweat dripped down their bodies. They were on the verge of tears. Xianxia continued to study the jade slip with his head lowered, completely ignoring them. The 3 demons finally understood that they were as insignificant as ants in the eyes of the other party. The time of the teleportation slowly passed and they were about to reach the end. The 3 demons were in complete despair. Their eyes were empty and lifeless as they sat on the ground. Suddenly, Xianxia's pupils constricted. He raised his head and looked ahead, and he vaguely felt something was chasing after him. One of the demon clansmen suddenly stood up with his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something. He cried out in ecstasy, "Serja!" The other 2 demons trembled as if they had seen their savior. They also hurriedly stood up and shouted. 3 silhouettes appeared in the tunnel ahead, and they directly flew through the air. The leader of the group leaned against the throne and closed his eyes to rest. The 2 demon men behind him were expressionless as they crossed their arms before their chests. Suddenly, they opened their eyes. A jade slip? What jade slip? The demon man's eyes gleamed as he stared at the item in Xianxia's hand and cried out, "The Demon Emperor Gold Scroll!" The moment he finished speaking, he rushed up from the throne, and the 2 men behind him disappeared. The 3 of them landed on the bronze-skinned ancient orchid lizard in an instant and stared at Xianxia coldly. The leader, Xianxia, stretched out his hand and shouted, "Hand over the Demon Emperor Gold Slip." Xianxia's eyes were filled with surprise as he said, "Divine Transcendence? You're quite strong. Who are you?" "Impudent," Xianxia shouted. With a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia without any warning and reached for the gold slip. His jade-like fingers suddenly became like withered branches. With a grab, the golden slip turned into countless golden rays and scattered like powder. Just like the jade slip, Xianxia's figure turned into specks of fluorescent light and disappeared from the bronze-skinned monitor lizard. "What?" Xianxia's expression changed instantly. The other party must be extraordinary to be able to escape right in front of him. He made hand seals with both hands and moved on the bronze-skinned ancient orchid lizard's back. His entire body's movements were one. Runes kept flying out of his body, and the green light in his palms was like a jade plate. He shouted and struck into the void. A huge formation appeared in the sky, and its light illuminated a radius of 10,000 feet. Xianxia's figure was revealed under the blue light. "Here, go to hell. Die!" Xianxia cried out as his hands kept spinning in the air. The green light shrank violently and pressed down on Xianxia. At this moment, a bright light appeared in front of him, getting bigger and bigger. It was the coordinates of the teleportation destination. Xianxia felt as if his whole body was stuck to paste. The green light retracted, and suddenly, countless black spots appeared inside, all shooting toward him. Not only did the paste-like energy stick to his entire body, but it also made it difficult for him to circulate his elemental energy. The sacred art of this green jade plate seemed to have the effect of a world domain, which could suppress the power of the opponent. Xianxia spread his fingers wide open, and demonic runes spread out all over his arm. A small white sword appeared in his palm, slowly burning like a lotus. Jiangu! An indifferent and emotionless voice rang out, and the flame in Yunxiao's palm flickered. Yao's heart trembled for no reason, and his pupils shrank. Bang! The flame exploded like a lotus, devouring all the green light. The white light grew larger and larger, overlapping with the exit of the passage. The bronze-skinned ancient orchid lizard rushed out of the tunnel and appeared under a blue sky. Yao's divine sense had been locked on Xianxia the whole time. The moment the green light was destroyed, Xianxia turned into a beam of light and was about to leave. He caught up with him and shouted, "It's too difficult to leave!" He clasped his hands in front of him, and a lute fell into his arms. As he plucked it with his 10 fingers, countless strings turned into green lights that flashed in the air, like a dense prison that trapped Yunxiao's escape light. Then, as the lute was played, countless blades were sent flying along with the sound waves. They were like a drizzle of ice cannons, falling all over the sky. Xianxia came out of the beam of light and clenched his fists. His body turned golden as he threw out a punch. A golden fist shadow streaked across the sky, creating countless ripples in the air and crushing all the blades. Even the green string of light began to shake, as if it would be broken at any time. At this moment, there was still a large group of people at the place where they had appeared. They all looked up in horror, not understanding why these people started fighting as soon as they came out of the passage. A few human ancient martial art practitioners were even more shocked. One of them exclaimed, "Serja, why are you back again? Quick, stop this person!" Yaozi shouted. The 2 demon experts behind him also made their moves at the same time. They flew up from the left and right sides, and their figures pierced through the net of light and quietly appeared next to Xianxia. Then, 2 extremely powerful forces suddenly blasted out. "You're looking for death." Yunxiao's eyes flickered with fierceness, as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pressed his left palm down. Suddenly, sword intent burst out of his body, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The human powerhouses were shocked. In the face of such a powerful confrontation, just the aura alone was enough to make them feel intimidated. Instead of advancing, the human ancient martial art practitioner retreated 1,000 feet away in an instant. A sharp sword shape emerged around Xianxia, exuding an extremely fierce sword will of stellar energy. As it buzzed and trembled, the boundless will of spiritual mountains and rivers came. 1,000-fold peak. Boom, boom, boom. A surge of power burst out from the sword, and the entire zither prison was instantly shattered. Under the joint attack, the 2 demons immediately felt their palms hit a steel plate and were jolted back. The arms of the 2 men suddenly burst open, bursting into a bloody mist. They screamed and were sent flying with heavy injuries. Yaozi was shocked as well. The string cage was broken, and the lute made a hurried sound. Blood dripped from his fingertips. After the attack, Xianxia disappeared into the sky, leaving no trace behind. "My lord." The 2 severely injured demons hurriedly struggled to their feet and flew over in a few staggering steps, their faces filled with horror. "The human has escaped," one of them exclaimed in shock. Yaozi's face was dark and his eyes were cold. He kept the lute and said, "Even if he doesn't run, I can't make him stay." "What?" Everyone was shocked, and the humans in the distance also flew over in a hurry. They were all extremely shocked when they heard this. Everyone was well aware of Yaozi's strength. He was a great expert who had transcended the mortal world. He could run amok in the world, but he couldn't stop that person. Then that person's strength was obvious. Who is that? One of the human powerhouses asked in shock. Divine transcendence was definitely not a nameless figure. Xianxia also wanted to know. He looked back at the three people on the bronze-skinned ancient orchid lizard with a dark face. The three of them were dumbfounded and completely petrified. After being disheartened, under everyone's questioning gaze, one of them explained the entire matter in detail, not leaving out a single detail. Xianxia's expression grew uglier as he heard this. He turned around and said with a cold face, "The rest of you have already sacrificed yourselves. How can the three of you still have the face to continue living in this world?" The three of them trembled and looked at each other with pale faces. Then they raised their hands and patted on the top of their heads. Suddenly, 3 heads exploded at the same time, and 3 corpses fell from the giant lizard's body. They lay limply on the ground, covered in brains, livers, and blood. "This means that we just happened to meet him," a demon behind him exclaimed. "Then it's even more difficult to find out this person's background." At this moment, the expressions of the humans were not much better. An old man with red face and white hair stepped forward and said, "That person is so young and has divine power, so it's not difficult to find out. I even have an idea at the moment, but I hope it's not like that, or else we'll be in big trouble." Xianxia's pupils contracted as he asked, "Elder Ji Taiqing, who are you guessing?" The old man looked worried and said while stroking his beard, "The young man who's been the talk of the town recently, the one who's said to be the reincarnation of the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang. He's the only one who can reach the divine transcendence realm at such a young age." The reincarnation of the vanquisher martial sovereign, Gu Feiyang? Xianxia muttered to himself. The rest of the people's expressions changed drastically. In particular, the people of the human race behind Ji Taiqing all had panicked expressions. Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought. "You're talking about that despicable man who used tricks to defeat my clan's Lord AI in the art of divination. It's him. He's ranked 3rd among the 10 titled martial sovereigns," Ji Taiqing said. "His achievements in martial arts are far above that of the art path. I didn't expect that he would have the power of his previous life at such a young age in this reincarnation. It's truly terrifying." Ji Taiqing could not help but shiver. "Tisk, so unreliable." The philosopher Yao sneered. "I might have believed in resurrection, but reincarnation is too absurd. How is that possible? Is that all you humans can do?" Ji Taiqing frowned and said, "I don't really believe this either. However, the whole world has already been abuzz with this news. There are many versions of it. Some say that it was Gu Feiyang's reincarnation, some say that it was his disciple or son, and some say that Gu Feiyang had successfully taken over the innate fetus. These theories are reliable," the philosopher Yao said. "But no matter what, I'm still very suspicious that this person has something that can change his bone age to be able to reach divine transcendence at this age. I don't care about his identity, but this person has the Demon Emperor gold slip. I must get it back." "What? The Demon Emperor gold slip?" Ji Taiqing was shocked. "Could it be Zhenjin?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "A few days ago, the Demon Emperor sent me a message and mentioned this matter. I didn't think that there would be such a big problem." Ji Taiqing looked flustered and hurriedly said, "What was written in the gold slip?" "Don't worry." The philosopher Yao glanced at him. "Lord Demon Emperor told me that there are 3 layers of lunar seals on the gold slip. It's impossible for that person to break them." "What's a triple moon restriction?" Ji Taiqing asked, stunned. "You don't have to know that, my lord. In short, that person will definitely not be able to open it." The philosopher Yao laughed. "However, the Demon Emperor gold slip is of great importance, and it would be too humiliating to lose it. We must get it back." Ji Taiqing was furious, but he didn't want to show it. He just said coldly, "No matter who that person is, his status isn't low. I'm afraid that the news of Darren's appearance here will be spread." Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he stared at him and said coldly, "Therefore, the most important thing now is to find that person and then avoid any future trouble." Ji Taiqing trembled under his stare and took a few steps back under the pressure of his overbearing aura. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. He could only swallow his anger and say, "All right, I'll immediately send people down to search. Once there's any news, I'll immediately inform my lord. After all, no one in the entire Thousand Mountains prefecture can take down a divine transcendence expert." "All right," Yaozha said after some thought. "Since there's a change, I'll stay here." The group of people discussed for a while more before they left. Ji Taiqing's mind was full of thoughts as he hurriedly flew in a direction. In the distance, a faint green light flickered in the sky, and Yun Xiao appeared 1,000 feet behind Ji Taiqing, following him closely, but he did not notice it at all. The two of them flew more than 10 miles to the north. Above a mountain range, they could vaguely see a series of palaces. Ji Taiqing suddenly fell down and kept making hand seals. A 5-colored light appeared on the mountain. His figure disappeared and flew into the mountain. Yun Xiao followed them quietly, but he was blocked by the light and found it difficult to move forward. It's actually a wood attribute mountain protecting formation. This saves me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, I could only break through by force, which would definitely raise the alarm. But now I don't have to worry. As Yun Xiao muttered to himself, his body turned into a bolt of lightning and grew fainter and fainter, slowly merging into the 5-colored array light and penetrating it. After that, a layer of lightning slowly gathered under the formation light and transformed into his true body. He disappeared into the sky in a flash. In the next moment, Yun Xiao appeared in a corridor in the row of palaces. Ji Taiqing was walking in front of him in a hurry, his face as dark as water. Yun Xiao followed him quietly. He had already locked his divine sense on Ji Taiqing, and nothing within 1,000 miles could escape his palm. Ji Taiqing seemed to be a little panicked and hesitant. He walked back and forth in the corridor for a long time before he seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly raised his fist and slammed it on his hand, then turned and walked in one direction. A moment later, he walked into an unremarkable courtyard and stood in a corner. Then, he began to move in a regular pattern, matching his hand seals at the same time. Soon, a ray of light rose in the courtyard, revealing a passage. He hurriedly walked in. Yun Xiao frowned slightly. He did not dare to search with his divine sense over a large area in Thousand Mountains Prefecture. But he had probed the passage with his divine sense directly, and found that there was a whole new world inside. Out of curiosity, he followed her down. There really was a heavenly passage below, directly opening up an area of several kilometers in radius, and a pungent smell assaulted his nose from inside, making him want to vomit. Yun Xiao only realized what was going on when he saw the dark blood stains all over the ground. It was the smell of blood, but it had accumulated over the years, making it a little strange. There was a sour taste in the blood, and his stomach was churning. Ji Taiqing walked to the end of the passage. There were many pillars in the center. Several beams of light shot out from his hands and hit the pillars directly, immediately igniting the flames. The pillars of fire seemed to be arranged in a certain direction, and there were all kinds of formations below them. It was obviously a formation. Ji Taiqing walked into the formation and hit the ground with his palm. In an instant, a rumbling sound came from the ground, and the entire ground began to shake. Ji Taiqing was shocked. A light flashed in his hand, and a jade bottle appeared. He opened the lid and poured it on the ground. Fresh blood flowed out of the bottle and fell to the ground, allowing the earth to absorb it. The trembling gradually weakened. The blood seemed to be endless, and it had been flowing for half an hour. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered sharply. He could tell at a single smell that it was human blood. How many people must he have killed to have so much blood? Moreover, the place was covered in blood scabs, which seemed to have been like this for a long time. Shoo! After a long time, a hissing sound came from the ground, like the sound of a beast. Only then did Ji Taiqing show a smile. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he looked into the array. Even though the formation had the power to block out divine sense, it couldn't block his eye technique. Through the power of the formation, he could see that there was an extremely small space below, like a pool filled with blood that was seeping in from all directions. In the middle of the pool, a monster covered in scales sat cross-legged. Upon closer inspection, that thing was not a monster, but a member of the demon clan, only in a more beast-like state. The blood in the surroundings churned and surged into the demon's body.